All right, all right, all right. Welcome back to the cafe, everybody. We are on day 5 of the LEILANI Simon trial. This one should be a good one tonight. Thank you guys so very much for joining us tonight for this. I do appreciate you all so very much. Guys, please, if you will, share this out to anybody else that wants to follow along with this with us tonight, if you will. And please make sure to hit that like button when you come through that door. It is so very much appreciated. That being said, I say it's time we get this show going. Let's do it right now. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Welcome back again, guys. Great to have you here tonight. The LEILANI Simon trial, day number 5, in effect. I appreciate you guys joining us for this. My understanding is it's definitely interesting today for sure. So I'm glad you're all here to experience it with me. I have been going into this every day blind, waiting with you to do it with you guys so that we can do it together and get the effects of it at the same time. So I have been definitely doing that on purpose just for that reason. So I appreciate you guys being here to do this with me. Come on in and get yourselves comfortable. Grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be tonight. Make sure you come in and have a conversation with me about this damn trial, folks, because it's been getting crazy. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I wonder how much longer it's going to be. It's a good point. Good point. Yesterday, we heard some pretty crazy stuff that really set a lot of people off. We were dropping trigger warnings left and right. I think it was slated, I think, for 2 to 3 weeks, they said. If it takes that long, I don't know. But I think they give it the max amount they can just to ensure they can get everything out. So we shall see. We shall see. Again, guys, please make sure to share this out to anybody else you think wants to join us for this tonight. I do appreciate y'all so very much for that. Let me see. Just to get this ready. All right. Come on in. Come on in. Get yourselves made at home. Find a place to sit and make sure it's comfortable. We're going to be here for a little while. For sure. Well, I'm going to try not to talk as much tonight, too, by the way. That way we can get through it faster because I know I kept talking. But I do like to put my commentary in there along with whoever joins me. Mom was here last night, if anybody does. Just to explain and talk about certain situations. That's what it's all about, guys. So just saying. Let's see who we got joining us tonight for this. Looks like we got Ruby Slippers in the house. Welcome back. Obviously, the amazing Squishy Bum. Welcome back to you from over the pond. SR BBBB in the house with us again. Great to have you here, SRB. We never liked you, Betty. Always happy to see you. Just so I can say your name. And we really appreciate you joining us, Betty. Alicia J in the house. Welcome back, Alicia. Great to have you here, dear, again. Noni McPoppins, welcome back, ma'am. Great to have you tonight. Miss Jilly Bean, always a pleasure to see you, Miss Jilly Bean. Thank you so much for being here. Let me see. My brother Mikey in the house. Mikey has been hammering away at the moderation stuff. Mikey, you've been doing a great job, brother. I want to thank you. That goes for all of you mods. Thank you all so very much for everything you do. Again, the Blue Crew guys makes this happen. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't, or should never try to do it. Just saying. Let's see. Miss the faithful mom Cheryl's in the house. Welcome back, Cheryl. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Leslie and Billy, always happy to see you guys. Thank you so much for being here tonight. If everybody would please share the link out, guys. Get some other peeps in here to join us as well. We got plenty of room. Plenty to talk about. Welcome back, Chopper. Great to see you tonight as well. Thank you so much for being here. Make sure I'm getting everybody. I think I am. Maybe not. I don't know that everybody's getting. T2014's in the house. Welcome back to you, T. Great to see you tonight. Miss Mystery's in the house. Welcome back. Ruby Slippers, of course. And Mikey, thank you so much for that. Guys, thank you so much. For anybody that wants to donate to support the channel in that way, guys, I'm telling you right now, it is so very much appreciated. Of course, the bills are coming due, as they do every month, the internet and all that kind of fun stuff, and it comes right out of this. So anybody that chooses to donate through Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal, it is so very much appreciated, especially right now, because that pays my bills, which are all due at this moment. So I want to thank anybody that chooses to do that ahead of time. It's not expected from anybody, folks. I promise you that it's not ever. You don't need to do it to be here. But we definitely do appreciate it because it keeps us going so I can be here tomorrow and the day after, guys. So thank you again for anybody that chooses to do that. Let me see here. And also, just so everybody knows, I do appreciate super chats and super stickers. I will have to wait a month to receive that. The end of next month, I'll get that, and they take their percentage out. This here, anybody that donates through these links here goes right directly to me now, and they don't take a percentage. So just so everybody knows, it's up to you, whatever you choose to do. If you choose to do it at all, that's how that works, guys. So thank you again. Betty says, I don't like Leilani. I don't think most of us do. She really pissed me off yesterday, you guys. If you couldn't tell, when them stories came out from Michelle's daughter, I was hot. I was so hot. Just saying. Mom was pretty upset as well. Give me one moment, guys. See if I can drop some invites to some peeps that might not know we're here. 1 second. Before we get started, it's the only way I can get through this with the slight bit of comedy in my mind about this case, because I can't stand this person. This is how I see her. Let me see. All right. Betty, she's getting better. She's doing better. Her back is not hurting anywhere near like it was. So yeah, she's getting better with that. There's my doodle, Miss JC Ann. Welcome back to you. Good to hear, Mystery. All right, let me see. Okay, one moment. Okay. Come on in, everybody. Just kind of trying to wait for everybody to jump in here. Captain Jenks, welcome back. Good to see you, my friend. Brady B's back in the house again. Matahari, welcome back to you. Yeah, it does. She definitely looks like she's got horns growing out, ain't no lie. I wouldn't doubt it. Again, thank you so very much to my Blue Crew for taking the time. They could be doing so many other things, but being in here with us, guys. And I appreciate them taking the time out of their day to come in here with us to do this. It means a lot to me, you guys, just so you know, everything you do does. So thank you so much for joining me within all of this. We got 28 amazing peeps in here. I don't know how many likes we have at this moment, but hopefully we're catching up. That's right. Thank you, Mikey. Please hit that like button, guys, as you come through the door. It's so very much appreciated. Again, happy Friday, everybody. Great to have you here. Just so you guys know, tomorrow morning, I'm going to have to do a little schedule change here. Because we're covering this trial, tomorrow morning we will be covering the paranormal stuff that we usually No, it's okay. I understand. You're just tired of me, SRB. You're over me. I get it. It's okay. I understand. No worries. She'd rather go off somewhere else. She doesn't want to be here with us. 28 watts and 19 likes. Come on, lurkers. It's free. Just whack it. Thank you. Brian did respond to Mikey, I believe, sometime last night or this morning, and he's okay. He's just taking a little break. She always looks like she just got out of bed. She's about one of the most homely, funky looking people I've ever seen. Frumpy and homely. And it fits her personality. The ugly inside makes her the ugliest person I've ever seen on the outside. Yes, he's okay. Let's see here. Let's see here. So, like I said, guys, for those of you that are curious, and nobody asked yet, but it's kind of crazy mystery. I agree. But tomorrow morning, I think the thing that we'll be doing, I don't know about the morning show. We might do it through the morning show. I don't know. We'll see how it works out with me. I got so much going on and things I got to deal with that I can't deal with. So we'll probably do the paranormal stuff tomorrow or Sunday, depending on how things roll out. One way or another, we're gonna do it. I'm trying to make sure everything comes together and we can still do everything the way I want to. So No worries, Betty. I appreciate any time you can be here, but work and real life always comes first. Mm-hmm. That's what I figured. Mike Brian doesn't do small children. He can't stand those cases. They really get to him. And he said that a long time ago. I've always understood that. So that's kind of what I figured. Yeah, he does kind of look like the Monopoly. I called him Grandpa Potter. Looks like Harry Potter as a senior citizen. So excuse me. Oh, this definitely gives off a Taylor's to business vibe to me. This is pure evil right here, guys. Completely pure evil. This is Satan's wife. She's trash. She's dark. She's dirty. Just a bad person inside and out. So, Tay Tay Cray Cray. I don't think anybody misses her. She was nuts. It's scary to know that these people exist among us and walk among us, live and breathe and just move around with those folks. That freaks me out sometimes. Yeah, this is kind of like our paranormal. She's, a succubus. So Elizabeth Lander's in the house. Welcome back. Good to see you tonight. So I'm gonna say that this is kind of like having our paranormal night still, because she's definitely pure evil and a succubus, like I said. So there it is, guys. We're looking into the succubus tonight. Faux show. Welcome back, Captain Jax. Great to Janks. I do it again. Thank you, brother, for joining us. Oh wow, that's crazy, Matahari. It's scary. One of my closest friends knew Taylor. Her son and Taylor's brother were best friends. Wow. That is creepy. That is some weird, crazy shit. I want to thank everybody again that joined us for the morning show. It was another great show this morning. Mama Bear Doodle Arctic Fox joined us again, and I enjoyed it so very much. I'm glad everybody was able to leave with a smile this morning. I had a great time with it, guys, and I appreciate you all that were there. Really, really was a great show to me. I appreciated you guys so very much. 27 peeps. Let me check something real quick, guys, just to make sure we got everything rolling the right way. Let's see here. We got 20 likes with 30 people in here, guys. Let's try to make that match, guys. If we could, please, 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 just pretend like you like me for a little while. See what happens there. See if we can get this up and out there for the algorithm. That would be great. Yeah, thank you, SRB, for that. Yeah, I have heard that too, Monori. All right. And welcome to the meatballs tonight. I see a lot of green in here, guys. So much green, and it is definitely getting more and more every day. And I appreciate all you meatballs joining us and jumping in the sauce as we spill some of this sauce today. Going over this crazy, crazy person's horrible trial. It is nice to have you guys all here together. Very much is. And I appreciate all of you new members that have joined recently. You guys are amazing. Speaking of which, there is the link right there. If anybody wants to become a member that has not yet, it's super easy and super simple, guys. You just click on that link over right there. And if it don't work and you have an iPhone, you click on the other link that says join iPhone link HTTPS. That one there will bring you in under an iPhone if you're having problems with it. And become a member and jump in the sauce with the rest of us if you have not yet. It is so easy. And we appreciate having you in this community so very much. All of you that have done it. I promise you we do. If anybody wants to become part of the Discord, once you become a member, right there is the way to do it. Email our Miss Brandy here at mama350 at AOL.com. Just title it Discord link and state your YouTube name. We like you to keep that so we know who you are. And you can jump into Discord chat and talk to us all day long. Arctic Fox in the house. Thank you, sir, for popping in here to help to bump the algorithm, brother. I appreciate you so very much. Oh, Miss Elizabeth, I'm so sorry to hear that. Well, I hope being here with us helps you to get through it. You're in all of our thoughts and prayers, obviously. Anybody that's going through anything right now truly is. This community always supports each other, and that is what it's all about. Again, Arctic, thanks, brother. I appreciate you very much. Miss Daniela's in the house. TGI Friday. That's all right. Welcome, everybody. Like I said, guys, normally we'd be doing Paranormal Friday nights right now, but to get through this trial, we got to do what we got to do. So I will be throwing it out here within the next day or so. Don't think I'm missing out on the paranormal side of things because it's October and I really love doing what we do with that. So we will be catching up with it tomorrow or Sunday. It just depends on how things go around here. Let's see here. Let me see. All right, let me see. 32 peeps in here, 35 likes. Something's happening. That's awesome. There again is the link to hook up with Mr. Arctic Fox True Crime. If you guys are interested, I definitely would be. Go check out his stuff over there, guys. He does a great job. He's always busy doing something, helping to find the missing and bring them home. You won't be disappointed. Please check it out. Click that link, like it up, subscribe if you haven't, and share it out, guys. Okay. Let me see. Show. Let's get this movie started. Make sure you got your popcorn. Make sure you got your candy. Make sure you got your stress ball because this idiot right here will definitely draw it out of you. Not to mention this one in the middle there. It's always wonderful to see you, Danielle. I really appreciate you joining us tonight, as I do every night. Flowers in the house. Welcome back, Flower. Great to see you tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. Brutally Honest in the house. Great to have you here. That's all right, Arctic. You are allowed a break, my brother. You do so much. You deserve one. Truly, you do. Brutally says, hi, Mike. I never miss a show. Only one since I found this channel. That's awesome, Brutally. Thank you for that. That means a lot. It means the world to me. Truly, it does. I love all the kind words you guys say and everything you guys say about me and the channel. It means a lot, guys. It really does. Pulls on my heartstrings. That means I'm doing something that is important to people, and that means everything to me. It is amazing. It really, truly is. Yes, we do truly appreciate you. That's no lie. All right, y'all. I say we get rolling before it gets any later. 1 second here. I'm tickled at these new 100%. So am I, Elizabeth. I really truly am, and we got plenty of room for more. So anybody that's new in here, please, please, um, as we do as a community, please welcome everybody new with open arms. Make them feel at home and comfortable. And guys that are people that are new in here, please go out and share it out. Let everybody know where you're at. Let them know that we would love to have them here. We have plenty of room. My door's open to everyone. This community is very um, welcoming and comforting to people, and we support each other 1000%. So we have plenty of room, and I would love to have more, many, many, many more people in here. So please invite anybody and everybody. Speaking of, thank you for reminding me of that. Give me one moment, real quick, folks. I forgot to do something. See, so much going on in my ADHD brain, I always forget. 1 second. I'm still here with you. Let's see here. Just wanted to make sure we were posted on Twitter to let everybody know where we was. All right. Yes, please do, guys. Share us out throughout all your social media accounts, whatever you use. Let everybody know we're here and what we're doing. Where is Walt? Walt must be watching football again tonight, maybe. Who knows? Either way, it's legal here too, guys. I need coffee. Need some chocolate. Going to be one of those nights. Hell yeah. My understanding is tonight's going to be quite interesting, so we shall see. Thank you, Mikey, again. Lori Davis, welcome and happy Friday to you. I see you, Miss Delta. Hello. Thank you for joining us tonight, dear. I appreciate you so very much. I hope you didn't work too hard, and thank God it's Friday. I hope you have the weekend off, dear. I appreciate you taking out your time, your free time to spend it with us. Very much appreciated. Um, Give me just a few seconds and we'll get rolling. Okay. Well, thank you, SRB. Yes, guys, that's a wish list for Amazon, guys. I have coffee and creamer. A while back, mods had told me to put this together, and people would help in that sense if they chose to, and that's what the way they wanted to support the channel. It also has technical stuff that I use for equipment too in there. If anybody chooses to use it, it is greatly, greatly appreciated. If not, again, it's not something we expect. You guys just don't think it is. But that's what it's all about, and that's what it's for. Congrats and welcome to the sauce again, Miss Elizabeth. We appreciate you very much. Another meatball jumping in with us. So very much appreciated. Again, SRB, thank you for that. Oh, I get it. I get it, Flower. I've been there, done that too. TGIF this week has been nuts. So I bet it has, Mystery. All you guys that are hard workers throughout the week, I hope that you have the weekends off and you get to enjoy your weekend now. Arctic says, Walt's going to be mad. Leilani looks like she's got Jose Jalapeno on a stick shoved up her ass. Oh, she does in that picture. I agree with you on that one. That's just her everyday face. Yes, Elizabeth, we do appreciate you so very much. I thought you were, Elizabeth, but it does. Time expires on it sometimes, and you have to renew it at times. So I don't know, but we're grateful that you chose to come back. Awesome, Flower. Well deserved, and I can't wait for you. Thank you, Zelda, for that. All right, let's get rolling, folks. Enough gabbing from my big mouth. No, I understand. It just like I said, it probably just wore out. I don't know. Or it's another one of the YouTube glitches. That's been happening too. So I can't explain it because I don't know how that works with them. Either way, we're just grateful that you're here. 100%. It may have automatically renewed, Elizabeth, and that could be what it was. That could be, that does happen too. So either way, we're just, again, just wanted to clarify that I'm grateful to have you in the sauce with the rest of us. That's all.
Detective Marian Lemons. Ms. Simons is seated with her attorneys, Martin Hilliard and Robert Purse. All right. And so is there anything that
jury
we
in
can
this
take up before bringing in the jury?
There is one
Maybe not.
minor issue, Your Honor. After we recessed yesterday, I was advised by somebody, I forget whom, that the defendant could be observed mouthing some words during the testimony of our last witness yesterday, Talia Marda. I went back and looked at the court TV footage from that testimony, and it did appear to me that at some point during that testimony, while Talia was relating one of the vignettes that she shared with the court, that the defendant did mouth quite noticeably, that's a fucking lie, or you're a fucking liar, or something to that effect. And she's firm.
Look at the stupid ass that's oh, what? I'm confused. I didn't do that. We saw it. We saw it happen. Okay? Good for him. I am grateful that he's doing that. Welcome, Siggy. Great to have you here. Starts off on a great note. Good. I hope she gets good. Good. I watched her do it 3 times yesterday, and I read word for word what she says. So, just saying. It says 3 months and 23 days. That's absolutely perfect then, Elizabeth. Oh yeah, she did, Mystery. We absolutely saw it. So good. I'm glad that they caught it. I'm glad he's bringing it up. Can a mod share the Amazon wish list? I'm blind and deaf. Wow, Ruby. Yeah, we can throw it back up here. Where did it go? I'll throw it up in the. There it is, right there. There's the link for it. Ruby, right there. It's on the screen. And welcome. It's wonderful to have you here, Ruby. Mike's crying. What's the matter, Mikey? Where'd you go? What are you crying for, Mikey? Either way, I am stupid excited to see them go over and catch her on this. This is great. I don't like her yelling at the police officer. And there it is in the chat again, SRB. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, we watched what she said. I can read some of what lips. She's stupid enough to done it. She doesn't even try to hide it with her hand. You know what I mean? I bet you the whole world did, Mystery. Everybody probably said something. He goes back and watches it, reviews it, and sees word for word what she said. Good. I hope she gets penalized for it and makes it even worse on her. Let's hear what they have to say. Yes, we have it 3 times. Thank you, Miss Delta. There it is, Ruby, on the screen. We have it twice in chat there for you, ma'am.
Her brow and acting like she didn't do that, but it's caught on video that she did. The court can go back and see it. She's still doing that. Doesn't make it not true. She has an absolute right to testify under oath from the witness stand. I don't know whether she'll exercise it or not. That's up to her. But what she does not have a right to do is make unsworn statements from counsel table that the jury might be able to observe. So I would ask the court to admonish her not to do that. I don't know how much control this particular defendant has over her facial expressions and mannerisms and things like that. But it seems like keeping your mouth shut is something that she ought to be able to accomplish.
Your Honor, she was leaning over and she was whispering to me or Mr. Purse at the time. Okay, so while I understand Mr. Dean's concern and I understand Mr. Dean doesn't like it, she has the absolute right to communicate to us her thoughts and her opinions. Okay, so the fact that there's a camera here is not something I have any control.
No, she wasn't leaning over and saying things, damn. She was blatantly stating that's a fucking lie. Word for word, that's what she said. She didn't lean this way or that way. She said it straight ahead because she's so dumb to not realize the camera's going to pick it up. That's how stupid this person is. And I'm glad she's being called out on it. Thank you, Zelda, very much for that again. What a dumbass this woman is. Good for you. Good for you.
Over, nor does Ms. Simon and nor does Mr. Dean. Okay, so I'm not really sure what, and just for the record, okay, I always tell my clients to scribble it down, write it, pass it to me, rather than have something like this, because the state likes to make these great big things into something. Basically, it's a molehill that they're trying to turn into a mountain, and it's not really relevant. But she has the absolute right to communicate with me and Mr. Purse. And the fact that the camera picked it up, irrelevant. The fact he didn't like what she said, completely irrelevant. The fact he's trying to tell her she can't say it, that is relevant. She has the absolute right to talk to us, Judge. And again, I didn't put the camera there. I don't put the camera on her, and I don't control what goes out. And so I'm not going to ask my client to not communicate with us. That's just simply not going to happen. I have asked her to write it down or whisper it to me. Okay? The fact that you can see has nothing to do with us. I've had to go through this entire trial trying to keep myself exactly where I'm at, doing exactly what I need to do, not cognizant of the fact that there are people behind me that are recording and paying attention to everything I do. Trust me, I get where Mr. Dean's coming from. Okay? It affects all of us. But I'm not going to ask her not to communicate with us. Okay? That's just not going to happen. Okay? And I will tell her to try and be more discreet about it, which I've already done, but I'm not going to ask her not to communicate with us.
Okay, I've heard from both. We're going to move on from this point, but I will address Ms. Simon. Ms. Simon, you do have a right to communicate with your attorneys. I will say I did not observe mouthing from the defendant to the last witness, but nor was I looking the entire time. I don't discount what Mr. Dean
We were.
observed. I also don't discount what your attorneys have stated on your behalf. Do not make any mouthing communication with any of the witnesses. Not saying you have. Don't do it, okay? Speak to you are free to speak with your attorneys, but we'll let it stay there. Okay? All right. So, other than that, is there anything else from the state at this point?
Yeah, Your Honor.
Yes, she does. That's RB.
Ms. Parker is going to be handling the first witness today. She does not have a microphone. So the question would be, is there a second microphone?
Is that a microphone up there?
Mr. Hilliard, maybe
Is that going to be a problem for you?
Okay, I have it turned all the way up. Welcome, Tomboy. Good to see you. Stiggy and Mike, wonderful to have you back. I know the judge is going to be watching her now, I hope. But she did it. The judge could go back and watch yesterday and see it. Okay, so Tomboy, great to see you, dear. I hope everybody in here is feeling good tonight and is feeling healthy. I appreciate you all joining us for this. And Lori says she had no right to openly say a witness is a liar in front of a jury, and good thing for video playback. And I hope the jury saw it. I hope the jury saw what she did so that they can, again, that will help them form their opinion of this piece of trash. So yes, someone needs to send all her nasty words to the witness from the defense table. Good point. Good point. Yes, I do agree with Arctic as well. Oh, Arctic, if Arctic would have been here watching this, he'd have been, dude, you'd have been going off on her. She was just being about as trashy as you could, smirking and just being a smartass, laughing, feeding her fat face. And then when the Michelle's daughter, if you didn't see it, Arctic, Michelle's daughter, the babysitter's daughter, who's 17 years old and was very emotional while sitting on the stand, was making the statements. She's sitting here mouthing, "That's a fucking lie. She's a fucking liar." Blah 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 blah. This is a disgusting waste of human life. Yep, all 3 days. I do agree, Mystery. Like I said, I can read lips to an extent, and she's so dumb she doesn't try to hide it. So, yeah, Arctic would have had some words to say. I promise you that one. Absolutely, buddy. Absolutely.
Using the defense mic. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hilliard.
Oh, no problem.
And Ms. Parker, are you ready to proceed?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay, bring in the jury, please.
Yes.
Wearing the same thing, looking like the Quaker Oat hoe again.
You can't, there's a button on. Yeah, as long as that's on, she'll be able to hear you. All right, please have a seat. And good morning. Welcome back this Friday morning. I hope you all had a good night. You're here, ready to go on time. We very much appreciate
Betty said, "Did she brush her hair?" It looks like she brushed her hair with a pork chop. I'm just going to say that much, but whatever. Let's see here. All right. Maybe a fork. Yeah, that's possible too. Or a wire brush. Good point. Good point. Thank you, SRB, very much. Can the judge address her lawyer being? Yeah, her lawyer is a crybaby bitch. I'm sorry, but I don't like him either. All right, let's get moving, guys.
that. We did start court at 9 o'clock. We had a couple of matters that we had to take up first, but we're going to move in. But I must ask you the question, has anyone done any research overnight? All right, has anyone discussed the case overnight?
Thank you, Ms. Bell.
Has anyone heard anyone discuss the case around them overnight? Okay. And with that, we are going to turn to the state, and the state may call its first witness. First witness Friday.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Michelle Marda. Excuse me.
Please, clerk, come on. Please, clerk, raise your right hand, please. The evidence you gave the court and the jury in the trial decision should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Step this way, ma'am. Have a seat.
All right, good morning,
Good morning.
Ms. Parker.
Can you tell the jury your name, please, ma'am?
Michelle McCarta.
And are you the mom of Talia that we heard testify yesterday?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you know the defendant in this case, LEILANI Simon?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you also know Daniel Youngkin?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you know their children?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know Quentin Simon?
Yes, ma'am.
Before we get deeper into this, I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 29. May I approach, Your Honor? Yes. Ms. McCarter, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 29. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and without saying what's in it, is it a photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and does it fairly and accurately depict what is in the photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we tender what's been marked as State's Exhibit 29 into evidence, please.
Okay, exhibit 29 is admitted without objection.
And now that it's in evidence, can you tell us what this is a picture of?
This is a picture of Quentin when I was off. We took him to Red Lobster to eat.
Okay. So in this photograph, he was out with you.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I publish this to the jury? Yes, you may. Thank you. I'm just going to do it old school.
Okay.
Ms. McCarter, how did you first become acquainted with the defendant and Daniel?
Through a church lady that went to church with us for many years,
Okay, and who was the church lady? What was her name?
Sandra Howell.
Okay, and was she related to them in some way?
She was the sister of Billy Joe's husband.
Okay, so that would be, she was the sister of the defendant's stepfather?
Yes.
Okay, and did she introduce you to them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what was the purpose of her introducing you to them?
She had been keeping the children and her knee got real bad. So she asked if me or my daughter or both could watch them because she wasn't able to do that anymore.
How many daughters do you have?
I have 3 daughters.
Okay, and which daughter was going to help babysit?
Maritza McCarta.
Okay, and is that your oldest daughter?
No, she's 19. She's my middle.
She's the middle one, and then
Yes.
Talia is the youngest.
Yes.
Okay, so did you go and meet with the defendant and her family to perhaps babysit the children?
No, ma'am. Billy Joe had called me on the phone a couple days later.
Okay, and did she set up the babysitting arrangement?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember approximately when this was?
We started watching Quentin and them around the end of January, February of 2022.
Okay, and that would have been before Sky was born.
Yes.
So at that time, when you first started babysitting, there were just the 2 boys.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and about how old would the boys have been then?
Quentin was young, maybe 9 months, 10 months.
So they would have been, Zane would have been a toddler. And
Yes.
Quentin would have been an infant.
Yes.
When you first started babysitting.
Yes.
So how did it work? Who brought the kids to your house?
Most of the time, Danny. Once in a while, Leilani.
All right. And how often would the children stay with you?
At first, it was just when they worked. And then it started being overnight. And a lot of times, we would even call for Quentin to stay with us, even when they were off.
Okay. Now, who was paying you?
Leilani was paying, but it wasn't like steady. She would pay and then she would text me later and tell me she had needed formula for Sky or diapers and could she come and get it, and she would pay back when she got paid next time.
And how much were they paying you to babysit? Do you remember
Yes.
what the agreed upon amount was, whether you were actually getting that or not?
It was like $25 here, $30 there. One time I think she paid $100. It was just different amounts because she would tell me she didn't have it or she had to do this.
So is it fair to say that you and your daughter were being paid a lot less?
I'd venture to say it was because she needed to buy her drugs and couldn't afford, didn't care enough to pay for the babysitter to have daycare. So that's my opinion, of course.
Than the normal going rate for childcare?
Oh, absolutely.
All right. You said that Quentin would spend the night sometimes. Would both the boys spend the night or just Quentin?
Zane stayed a handful of times. Quentin stayed a lot.
And why is that? Why would Quentin stay overnight?
Honestly, Quentin loved us. He was close to us. And I just felt like he would be better off at our house because there was a difference in the love she showed between Zane and Quentin. And I felt bad, and I would work, and my daughter would say, "Can we just get him, Mom, because this happened today?" And I would say, "Yeah, call her and ask her if he can stay."
Can you think of some examples of how the defendant treated the boys differently?
Well, she was working at Bojangles, and she had brought food home, and she fed Quentin loved food, and every time he seen a bag, he would want it. He's little. She would feed Zane before she fed Quentin every time, and I just thought that was strange.
So do you mean she gives Zane food and make Quentin wait?
Yes, ma'am,
I mean,
absolutely.
She wasn't physically feeding Zane.
No, she would give him the
Just
food,
give him food.
and he would eat, and then Quentin would be, whining and wanting it, and she would give it to him eventually.
Did you ever say anything to her about that?
I did not.
Are there any other ways that she treated the boys differently that you noticed?
Just by the way she talked to him, when she would, once in a while that she did come and pick them up, she would, grab Zane and he would hug her because he was close to her. I mean, you could definitely tell it.
Thank you so much, Miss Zelda. Gifted a membership out to somebody. I can't see who got it for sure, but congrats to whoever did. Welcome to the sauce. Another meatball hanging out in the sauce with us. Miss Zelda, God bless. We appreciate you so much for that. Miss Lori got it. That is awesome. Congratulations, Lori. Welcome to the sauce and welcome to the family. We appreciate that so very much again, and appreciate you, Lori Davis. Zelda, God bless. That is awesome. Thank you so much for your kindness and for being so gracious about that. God bless. And congrats again, Lori. Welcome to the family.
And then, Quentin 99% of the time wanted to stay with us, and he would start crying. Now, if Danny come and picked him up, it was different.
Okay. How did Quentin act if Danny came?
He would go with Danny. He wouldn't cry to stay with us. He loved Danny. He would, Danny would pick him up and he'd hug him.
Okay. Did LEILANI ever talk to you about how she felt about the boys?
Yes, ma'am. She just, one time, and my daughter had more talks with her than I did. I didn't really talk to her that much, but she just said that she loved Quentin more. I mean, Zane more than Quentin. And, I didn't question it. She's a crappy mom. I knew that. But I just never said anything to her. I would always call Billy Joe when I seen things that was going on.
Okay. Did she ever, in that conversation, did she explain more about, like, Zane had been through things with
Yes,
her or anything
that
like
Zane had been her ride or die his whole life. And she did not like Quentin's father.
Okay. So, other than what you saw in your own home, did you ever see things outside? Like, did you ever observe the children at her house or outside their house?
On one incident, my daughter was going to our shed. That's where our laundry room is. And she had come running in and saying, "Mama, Zane and Quentin is in the ditch." Well, it was the road on Buckhalter, but the ditch is right here. And Quentin was actually in the ditch, and Zane was trying to get him out.
Okay. Did you go out and see the kids?
Now, if Danny come and picked him up, it was different.
Okay. How did Quentin act if Danny came?
He would go with Danny.
I saw
He
it
would try to
too,
stay with us. He
SRB.
loved Danny. He would, Danny would pick him up and he'd hug him.
Okay. Did LEILANI ever talk to you about how she felt about the boys?
Yes, ma'am. She just, one time, and my daughter had more talks with her than I did. I didn't really talk to her that much, but she just said that she loved Quentin more. I mean, Zane more than Quentin. And, I didn't question it. She's a crappy mom. I knew that. But I just never said anything to her. I would always call Billy Joe when I seen things that was going on.
Okay. Did she ever, in that conversation, did she explain more about, like, Zane had been through things with
Yes,
her or anything?
that
Well, here's the funny thing, folks. Anything this piece of trash does is going to be caught, because Court TV is focused on her right now because of probably what she did. And they're going to focus on everything she does. It's going to get caught. The prosecutor is going to come out and say, hey, and at some point, the judge is going to go back and watch these things and see it. And she's going to get penalized for it. So good. Good. I hope she does everything that this little piece of trash does. Letitia 2.0, I guess we should call her. She's trash. That's all she is. She's got a notepad and a pen. What could she possibly be writing? She's probably playing hangman with herself. Nobody would play with her anyway. Back to trash face.
Zane had been her ride or die his whole life. And she did not like Quentin's father.
Okay. So, other than what you saw in your own home, did you ever see things outside? Like, did you ever observe the children at her house or outside their house?
On one incident, my daughter was going to our shed, that's where our laundry room is, and she had come running in and saying, Mama, Zane and Quentin is in the ditch. Well, it was the road on Buckhalter, but the ditch is right here. And Quentin was actually in the ditch, and Zane was trying to get him out.
Okay. Did you go out and see the kids outside?
I did.
Okay. And at some point, were they returned home or took back to your home?
They was returned. I asked Talia to take them home and find out where Leilani was. I immediately called Billy Joe.
And observing these kinds of things, did you ever report it to any authorities?
It had been reported. It had happened several times even before we started keeping them that I didn't know about, and it had been reported.
Okay. Do you know what authority, if any, it had been reported to?
Defects.
Okay. And you say it had been reported, so were you aware of somebody other than you reporting it? Okay. And if you could say yes.
Yes,
or no.
yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay. And I won't ask you what they said since we're in court. I just need you to say what you did and said. Let's move to the day that Quentin disappeared.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember that morning?
Yes.
All right. All right. Actually, let's talk about the day before we move to that.
Mhm.
The day before, were you supposed to watch the children that day?
Yes.
And what happened?
Well, they picked up the kids. I did watch them, and Danny come and picked them up, and they were supposed to come back the next day. And around about 5:28, 5:29, I got a text from Danny saying that Leilani was keeping the kids today.
Okay. Now, had that happened before where she would not go to work and the children would stay at home?
No, because even if she didn't go to work, most of the time she sent them to us because she wanted to sleep.
Okay. And how do you know that?
Because and she would stay at home because one day I had them and me and my daughters were taking them somewhere, and when we rode by, when we got in the car, she was on her front porch. It's like a little porch, and when she seen us, she actually ducked down and hid from us because she was supposed to be at work. But it didn't matter. We loved him, so I would have kept him anyway.
Can you tell us a little bit about what Quentin was like? Like, what did Quentin like? I know he was very young. He wasn't even 2 years old yet, but were there things that he said or things that he liked that you know about?
Yes. He loved cheese. Every time I would get home from work, he would want mac and cheese, and he would go to the refrigerator and he would get my cheese out, my block of cheese, for me to cut it for him. And if I would have let him, he'd ate the whole thing. He loved Blimpie. He loved Bubbles. Anytime we could go to the store and get him Bubbles, he just loved them. He was a very happy baby when he was with us.
And you said that he would spend the night. When he would spend the night, where would he sleep?
Usually we would all make a pallet in the floor, and we would let him watch Blimpie until he fell asleep.
Okay. And what is Blimpie?
It's a cartoon. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
For those that don't have little kids that don't know what Blimpie is, so it's a cartoon.
Yes.
Okay. The children, when they came to your home, were they sent with clothes, food, diapers, things that they would have needed?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So how was that handled?
Well, Zane always come dressed. Several times we got Quentin, and he would be in a long onesie, and he would have poop from all over. I don't want to say a baby didn't smell good, but he smelled like rotten milk. He had rings around his neck. We'd immediately bathe him and put him fresh clothes on.
Did you keep clothes for him at your house?
I did, because I had to tell Billy Joe that she wasn't sending anything for the kids.
Okay. And did Billy Joe give you money to get clothes?
Yes. We went and got clothes. I took pictures of the clothes and the receipt and sent them to her.
Okay. And so then after that, you just kept clothes at your house?
Yes, I kept half of the clothes there.
Okay. All right. Now that we've covered that, now let's go to the day that Quentin disappeared. So that day, what is the first time you became aware of something was out of the ordinary? You said, so that morning, Danny had texted you that the kids were going to stay at home.
Yes.
Did you have, at that point, did you have any more conversation with anybody about that?
No.
Okay. Then what's the next thing you heard from anybody in that family?
Me and my youngest daughter was on the way to McDonald's. Danny calls and asked me, did I get Quentin or have I seen him? And I said, no, why? And he said that Leilani said he was missing. So my kid's homeschool. I ran to McDonald's. We come back. I dropped my youngest daughter off, and me and my oldest daughter headed down to Leilani's house.
Okay. Do you remember about what time of the morning this was?
Maybe around 9.
Okay. And so you dropped off food at your house. And how close is your house to theirs?
Caddy corner across the street.
Okay. So y'all are neighbors. You're real close by.
Yes.
So you dropped food off, and then you went over to their house.
Yes.
And what do you drive?
Armada,
And what color is it?
white.
Okay. And when you got there, did you park in the driveway?
I did.
Okay. I'm asking because we've seen some scene photos with a vehicle,
Yes.
and that Armada that's white is your vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you got there, were there any police there yet?
No, ma'am.
All right. What did you do when you got there?
I asked Leilani if I could go in and help her look because Quentin liked to hide. He would hide from us under the bed. Like he just liked to play like hide and seek. She told me no. Me and my daughter both no. I asked, was the police called? They said no. Danny said no. And I said, why haven't you called the police? And I told her, I said, call the police. And then she did call the police.
When you got there, was Paul outside?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so Paul, did you later see Paul?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But when you got there, it's just Danny and Leilani.
Yes, ma'am.
And where were they?
Under the little carport, they have a little covered carport. There was like when you pull in their driveway in the back, it's like a little carport.
Okay.
Before you go in to get to the pool and the little play area.
Okay. So are you talking about where cars are parked or like the porch thing behind the house?
When you pull where the cars are parked, but they was kind of standing out from underneath the carport.
Okay. Sort of in the driveway.
Yes.
Okay. So they're standing in the driveway, and what were they doing?
She was standing there smoking a cigarette one after another. She was like screaming.
At some point, did the police get called?
Yes.
Okay. Was that immediately after you suggested it or later?
I would say a couple minutes. I heard her get on the phone and call the police.
Okay. And did the police show up quickly?
Yes.
All right. After the police arrived, what did you do or where did you go?
Paul had come down at that time and he was letting Zane ride this little car thing. Well, he ended up doing it too fast. Zane fell and slid across the concrete. And I had asked one of the policemen if I could take Zane to my house until all this was kind of, situated. And they told me, yes, I could.
Okay. So did you take Zane and go home?
I did.
Okay. And at some point, were you interviewed by law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
When did that happen?
Well, I have cameras. So a gentleman come that worked and he checked my camera system and asked me questions. And then I was also pulled into the police station by a detective.
Okay. So go do like a formal interview?
Yes.
Okay. During the time that you were keeping the kids, did Leilani ever bring them to you to go somewhere other than work?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Well, she a couple times she said that she had to run to 204 to go take care of business. And then a couple times we kept them when she was off work that we knew she was going to be off work, but we didn't know what she was doing.
Okay. When she would say she was going to 204, did you know what that meant?
No.
Okay. And how long would she be gone when she said she was going to 204?
Maybe 30 minutes to an hour.
Okay. All right. Give me just a moment, okay? Thank you, Ms. McCarter. That's all the questions that we have, and the defense counsel may have some.
Thank you.
Ms. McCarter, I'm Martin Hilliard. How are you this morning?
I'm good. How are you?
Is it safe to assume that you, prior to October of 2022, already had strong opinions about Leilani's fitness as a mother?
No, sir.
You did not have strong opinions prior to October?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
So you didn't think she was a good mom, and you were fairly vocal about it, and you
I
didn't,
didn't.
you didn't hesitate to say something about it when it was on your mind, correct?
Yeah, I didn't think she was a good mom. Thought she was a shitty mom.
Well, there you go. Okay. So that being said, I'm going to ask you, you started watching Quentin in January to February of 2022,
Mhm.
correct?
Truly, she wasn't a mother. She was an incubator and did nothing that a mother would do for a child. That's my opinion. So I know I'm not on a stand. It doesn't matter, but I did want to vocalize that.
Yes, sir.
And everything you just told me, I'm going to ask you what you did, okay?
Okay.
Did you ever make any police reports? You.
No, I didn't.
Okay. Did you ever make any reports to DFACS? You.
I talked to them. Yes, I did.
That wasn't the question. I asked you if you reported what you were concerned about.
No, because DFAT's got in contact with me.
That's, again,
No, I did not.
You never reached out, and you weren't concerned enough between January and October to do that on your own, were you?
I was very concerned.
But not concerned enough to reach out and make a report.
I didn't have to. They reached out to me.
Okay. Well, that being said, you didn't reach out and make a report, correct?
No, I did not.
All right. So now let's talk about
How stupid is this guy? Okay. She clearly said 3 times she didn't have to call them because they had already reached out to her. So therefore, in turn, to call them again would just be stupid. Once again, he's proving his stupidity and his ignorance because he has nothing to go on. Just saying, once again.
the day to day. So you started watching Zane and Quentin in January to February of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
How many days a week?
5 to 6.
5 to 6
depending.
days a week. All right. And who was it and who brought them and what time would they normally come over to your house in the morning?
Early, around 5:36.
And who was it that normally brought them?
Danny,
And in the afternoons, what time would they go home?
4:35.
And who was it that normally picked them up?
Danny,
And over the course of this 8 or 10 month period that we're talking about, January, February of 2022 to October of 2022, how many times would Miss Simon be the one that dropped them off or picked them up?
I would say a handful of times,
10, 5?
maybe 10.
Okay, so out of a possible 10 times a week for,
Oh, not 10 times a week.
No,
I'm sorry.
just,
Okay.
just let me finish. So drop off in the morning, pick up in the afternoon. That's
Mhm.
2 times, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say it's at least 5 days a week. That's 10 times a week, right? Correct?
Yeah, she didn't come. No, not that much.
I understand. What I'm saying
Okay.
is so there's 10 possible or 12 possible drop-offs or pickups in a week for the kids, right?
Since I was keeping them.
Since you were keeping them.
Yes,
And she would maybe do 1 a week. Or
maybe.
2 a
Yes,
week. Is that a fair statement?
yes,
So it's also a fair statement that Danny was the one who mostly did the dropping off and the picking up, correct?
absolutely.
And if I understand your testimony correct, it's not uncommon for even if she was asleep for the kids to come stay with you, correct?
Correct.
And Danny would be the one that dropped them off even on those days,
Mhm.
correct?
Correct.
So Danny was the one who mostly did the dropping off and the picking up and the one that interacted with you.
Yes,
That's a fair statement.
yes,
You also stated a minute ago that it was odd that you would get a text not dropping the kids off.
yes, I did.
And that's because even if she was home, she would stay sleeping. Now, who was it that sent you the text on 5:30 on the morning of October 5th?
Danny.
And he said the kids were staying home with LEILANI, correct?
Yes,
Okay. That was odd, was it not?
yes, because she never kept them.
Right.
Mhm.
Okay. So did that stand out to you as being odd at the time?
No, not. I never thought she would hurt her child. So
Well, I understand you have your conclusions, but
Mhm.
it was odd that Danny texted that to you, though, wasn't it?
no, I don't think it was odd that he texted it to me.
Well, you just stated you can't have it both ways, Mr.
Well, no,
Barr.
I think it was odd that she kept them because she never did. But I don't think it was odd that Danny texted it to me.
Okay.
Because I had more communication with him than I did her.
Correct, because he was the one who mostly watched the children. Correct?
Yes,
And
yes,
he was the one who mostly took care of the children.
yes,
Correct?
absolutely.
So that being said, is 90% of the time he was the one over there care, custody, and control, based on what you observed, wasn't it?
Yes,
Now, you stated that Quentin would be better off at your house, and y'all kept him alive.
He's really still trying to make Danny a bad guy in this and make him responsible for this. This is pathetic. Like, you really have nothing to go on, bro. Nothing. And you're reaching for the stupidest shit I've ever heard. Unbelievable.
A lot of times. Correct?
Welcome, and where'd it go? And as Dam, welcome. Appreciate having you here, and thank you so much for your input.
Correct?
yes,
All right. And physically, was Quentin thriving?
no. How can a kid thrive that doesn't get shown the love and get food and get everything else that another kid would get? I don't think he was thriving.
Would you be surprised to find out that medically he was?
Yes, I would.
Now, whenever you responded that day and you came over to the house, you said it was Danny that called you, but is it possible that you were wrong? It might have been LEILANI that called you
No,
to come over?
no, Leilani did not call me.
All right. And whenever you got over there, you said she was screaming and upset, correct?
She was screaming, but she wasn't crying. I feel like that if something was to happen to one of my kids, I would be hysterical, and I would also be out looking for my child.
Ms. McCarta, do you understand that different people respond to different stressors in different ways?
I just don't, when something's wrong with one of your children, I think you would respond crying, upset, and looking, and calling 911 first before you call anyone else.
And I'm going to ask
I
you,
agree, Cap.
You've already formed opinions about Ms. Simon at this point in time, correct?
I have.
And is it possible that you're projecting those opinions onto what her behavior should be according to you?
Absolutely not.
So you
I
think
do
this-
not.
So you think objectively that everybody should act the way you think they should?
No, I don't think everybody should act, but a mother that has children, that you carry them in your stomach by your heart. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't she?
Wah, 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 wah. Yes, SRB. That's pretty much what I hear as well.
Well, I understand that, but what I'm saying is you seem to be actually saying, yes, you agree with me. I'm saying you're projecting your opinions and your ideas and your beliefs onto other people.
No,
Is it possible that's what you're doing?
no, it's not possible when I'm not doing that.
Okay. And who was it that paid you every week, you said?
Sometimes LEILANI, sometimes Danny. It would come from their different cash apps.
All right. So, but you, again, there are Cash App records and
Mhm.
so, and they were paid, but not necessarily always regularly, but they paid you.
They did.
Okay. And you also mentioned this thing about giving food. Now, were there separate containers for Zane and separate containers for Quentin, or was it one container of food?
It was, she would bring a bag of food home
Mhm.
and it would have, they would both want it, but she would always give Zane first. She would always give it to him first. And she would tell Quentin, stop, wait.
All right. And Zane was the older of the two, if I'm not
Yes.
mistaken, correct? And how old was Zane at this point in time?
3,
Okay. And how old would Quentin be at this point in time?
10 months, maybe.
So, and again, you may have, you may not, but you thought that that was some sort of indicia of preference.
Well, yes, because when you have more than one kid, you would take it inside, you would have it, in plates and give it to both of them, not just serve one while the other one's crying for the food. You would feed both of them.
Well, Ms. McCart, I understand that's what you believe, but you understand other people may believe differently and disagree with you.
And that's okay. They can disagree with me, but if you have kids, you have to do it. You should do it a certain way. I mean, you should feed both of them. You want both of your kids to eat, not just one while the other one's crying.
Okay, well, but Quentin did get to eat, though, did he not?
Yes, a few minutes later.
All right, but you understand there's a difference between withholding food from a child and feeding the child in a different order than you would do, right?
Oh my God, you're such an idiot. Shut up.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. McCarta, your excuse, ma'am. Thank you. Yes, she may. So, Ms. McCarta, you are excused. You can remain or you can leave. Mhm. The state may call its next witness.
Jenny Cox. Hold the witness, please. Your Honor, this is one of the witnesses for which we're asking that the cameras not be worried anymore.
Thank you. That thumbs up.
Please clerk and raise your right hand.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jenny Cox.
C-O-X.
Yes, sir.
And what's your spelling of Jenny?
It's Jennie.
Where do you work?
I work at the Chatham County Police Department.
And what is your position there?
I'm currently an agent at the counter narcotics team.
Okay, so like Marion Lemons, you're detailed out to CNT right now.
Yes, sir.
Prior to that detailing, were you a detective with Chatham County Police Department's Criminal Investigations Division?
Yes, sir, I was.
What was the general time period of your being a detective in CID?
I was a detective for about a year, from January of 2021 until about January, February of 2022.
Now, were you a detective in CID during the time period of this investigation?
Yes, sir, I was.
Well, this was October of 2022, right?
Yes, sir.
So I thought you just said you were a detective from January of 2021 to January of 2022.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it would have been January of 2022 to January of 2023.
Okay, thank you. When did you join the Chatham County Police Department to begin with?
I was hired in September of 2020.
And are you from the local area?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay, where are you from?
I was originally born in the Memphis area in Tennessee.
Now, let me draw your attention to October of 2022, the beginning of this investigation, okay?
Yes, sir.
You were a detective at that time.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you about October 5th specifically, and what, if any, involvement you had on that day.
During the day of October 5th of 2022, I originally stayed at our detective's office, which is located at our Islands Precinct on Whitmarsh Island. I assisted with the first search warrant for the residents of 535 Buckhalter Road.
Were you out there with Detective Kiana Robbins, who we heard from a few days ago?
Yes, sir, I was.
And I think we introduced the search warrant for the house into evidence through her. You said you assisted in preparing that.
Yes, sir, I did.
Can you tell us about that?
We gathered the facts that was relayed to us by the detectives who were on scene that day. And we gathered those facts, wrote them up in an affidavit to present the affidavit to the judge to request a search warrant for the residents to gather more evidence.
Now, from the Islands Precinct CID offices, at some point, did you go to the Chatham County Police Department headquarters where all of these interviews were being conducted?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you yourself, were you on any of the 3 interview teams that we've heard about?
No, sir, I was not.
Did you have any interaction with any of the 3 people who were there for interviews, Danny, Paul, or the defendant?
Yes, I did sit with the three of them at different times just while the interviews were being conducted.
And did you go to the scene that day, to 535 Buckhalter? I should call it the scene, I'll call it the residence. Did you go out there at any point?
No, sir, I didn't.
Moving on to October 6th, did you have any involvement in the investigation on that day?
Yes, sir. I wrote another search warrant and affidavit for a vehicle infotainment system for the vehicle belonging to Miss Simon, which was a 2015 Dodge Journey.
And I think we're about to get into this. Is it fair to say that the bulk of your involvement involved preparing affidavits and seeking and obtaining search warrants?
Yes, sir.
And who was primarily directing you on what information in the premises to get search warrants for?
It was primarily the case team, including Detective Lemons.
Okay, so you were primarily providing assistance with search warrants.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's go through some of those. But before we do the search warrant stuff, I want to ask you this. Were you involved in an interview of Henry Bubba Moss Jr.?
Yes, sir, I was.
And was that on October 6th?
Yes, sir.
Did you also interview his girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
And where did those interviews take place?
Those occurred at the Chatham County Police Department headquarters at our annex.
And how were those arranged?
I believe someone made contact with Henry Moss, and he traveled to meet with us to speak with us regarding the investigation.
And where was he living at that time?
I think it was somewhere near Augusta, a couple of hours away.
Was that also the case for his girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
And did they come down willingly and talk to you?
Yes, sir, they did.
And that was on October 6th.
Yes, sir.
So let's get back to these search warrants. Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 39?
Yes, I do.
Take a look at that and tell us whether you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what that document is?
This is the order for the search warrant affidavit for the infotainment system for the vehicle that I just spoke about.
Take another look at it. But do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 40?
Yes, I do.
Okay, look at those documents alongside of each other. Okay, are those different documents?
Yes, they are.
Okay, what is 39 and what is 40?
39 is the search warrant for the vehicle, and 40 is the search warrant for the infotainment system.
Okay, 39, the search warrant for the vehicle itself.
Yes, sir.
Who actually executed that search warrant?
It was the Chatham County Police Department forensics team.
Okay, but you obtained the search warrant itself.
Yes, sir.
Is this a fair and accurate copy of the warrant that you obtained?
Yes, sir, it is.
I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 39.
Just can I look at it real quick? Just to make sure.
Welcome, Virginia.
No objection, Judge.
So your item is admitted without objection.
Tell us again what State's Exhibit 40 is.
It is the search warrant for the infotainment system for the vehicle.
And we've heard a little bit of testimony about that, but is that an accurate copy of the infotainment search warrant?
Yes, sir.
When did you obtain that search warrant?
This was on October 6th of 2022.
Was this at the same time as you got the search warrant for the vehicle itself?
Yes, sir, it was.
From the same judge?
Yes, sir.
I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 40.
Having reviewed exhibit, Judge, no objection.
Okay, it is admitted without objection.
Now, what were y'all trying to do with this infotainment search warrant?
So essentially, infotainment search warrant is just a search warrant for the information system within the vehicle. That information system can give data to us, like GPS location, when the vehicle stops, when the doors open on the vehicle, speeds on the vehicle. It can also provide information like the odometer, and if a phone is hooked up to the information system, like a Bluetooth phone, it'll say what calls were made, what text messages were made. So everything that would be within an information system within a vehicle.
Now, can you get infotainment data from every make and model of vehicle?
No, you can't.
And were you able to get it from the vehicle at issue in this case, what year?
2015.
2015 Dodge Journey?
No, sir, we were not.
But you tried.
We tried, yes,
So
sir.
is it that you weren't able to pull it, or that data just doesn't exist and isn't able to be obtained on that vehicle?
It was not able to be obtained on that vehicle.
Okay. Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 41?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. And do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It is a search warrant for Life 360.
And who obtained that search warrant?
I did.
It's a search warrant addressed to the company Life 360, right?
Yes, sir.
And what were you asking for?
I was requesting data from the Life 360 account from Ms. LEILANI Simon and also Mr. Daniel Youngkin. The information that can be provided is location data. Also, there is a way to chat on the application, so you can send messages to people you're sharing your data with. And it also will detect speed and if you're instantly braking or any driving data, it'll provide. So that's what I was requesting, along with subscriber information for both of these accounts.
And how did you identify these accounts in the warrant?
The accounts were identified by phone numbers.
And what was the phone number that you had in there for Daniel Youngkin's Life 360 data?
It was 910-729-1458,
And what about the defendants?
912-547-5275.
This is a fair and accurate copy of your Life 360 search warrant.
Yes, sir.
I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 41.
Having reviewed it, Judge, no objection.
Okay, it is admitted without objection.
How did you serve that warrant on Life 360?
I emailed it to Life 360 to their legal team.
And did you receive responsive records in response to that search warrant?
Yes, I did.
And how did they send them to you?
They sent them to me by email in a zip file.
Did you download that and save it?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you provide it to Detective Lemons and the case team?
Yes, sir.
Did you provide it to Taylor Burns of the FBI?
Yes, sir, I did.
Do you see in front of you an item labeled State's Exhibit 42?
Yes, sir.
Can you open that? It's an envelope, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you open it up and take a look at the contents? What do you have there in your hand?
I have a disk with the Life 360 data that was provided and a certification of the records from Life 360.
Your Honor, I would call for this as State's Exhibit 42.
Can I approach and look at that? No objection to State's 42, Judge. It does seem to be certification with this respect.
42 is admitted without objection.
And that just contains the records that you provided to the case team and Taylor Burns.
Yes, sir.
At some point, did Detective Lemons ask you to help out with getting some of Quentin Simon's historical medical records?
Yes, sir, she did.
And did you do that?
I did.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 43 and a document marked as State's Exhibit 44?
Yes.
Take a look at those two documents, take as much time as you need, because I understand I'm asking you to look at a lot of things, because you did a lot of things. And let me know when you're ready to talk about those two documents, okay?
I'm ready.
All right. What is 43?
43 is medical records from Flowers Hospital.
Just to be clear, is it the medical records themselves, or is it the search warrant for them?
Is the search warrant for the medical records
Okay, from where now?
from Flowers Hospital
And what about 44?
for St. Joseph's Candler Hospital.
Now, did you obtain these two search warrants?
Yes, sir, I did.
And when did you obtain these?
These were on October 17th of 2022.
And did you serve them on those two, one Flowers Hospital and one St. Joe's Candler?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The 43 and 44, are they accurate copies of those two warrants you got?
Yes, they are.
I would introduce these in State's Exhibit 43 and 44. Your Honor.
No objection to either, Judge. I review both.
After you served them on these two hospitals, did each of them provide responsive records to you?
Yes, sir, they did.
Medical records of Quentin Simon?
Yes.
Did you provide those records to Agent Lemons and the case team?
Yes, I did.
Now, do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 45?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what is that?
Phone records pertaining to Daniel Youngkin's cell phone.
And what is the phone number that y'all had for Daniel Youngkin?
It's 910-729-1458.
Is this another thing that then detectives asked you to take care of?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you did it?
Yes.
Okay. When did you get this search warrant?
This was on October 28th of 2022.
Now, I don't know whether you know the answer to this or not, but had the case team already obtained those phone records very early on in response to an emergency request to Verizon?
Yes, sir.
And the purpose of it was just to circle back around and get them in a more formal manner?
Yes.
Okay. Same records in any case, though?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 45.
No objection, Judge.
Now, did you serve that warrant on Verizon?
I did.
And how did you do that?
I emailed it to Verizon.
Did they have like a law enforcement email address where they receive search warrants or something like that?
Yes, sir.
Do you see in front of you?
Thanks so much, Cap. Says 99 years, 9.99 super chat. We appreciate that, Cap, so very much. God bless.
Detective Lemons?
Yes, I did.
And did you forward them to Taylor Burns of the FBI as well?
Yes.
Now, sometime later in October, were you asked to obtain a couple of search warrants for DNA?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about that?
They were requested from the FBI to compare against DNA of any remains found in the landfill.
And whose DNA were you asked to get search warrants for?
Ms. LEILANI Simon and her mother, Billy Jo Howell.
And did you obtain search warrants for their DNA?
Yes, sir.
Can you look at State's Exhibit 49 and 50? Do you recognize those documents?
Yes, sir.
What are those?
These are the search warrants for LEILANI Simon's DNA and Billy Jo Howell's DNA.
And did you obtain those search warrants?
Yes, sir.
What date did you obtain those search warrants?
That was on October 28th of 2022.
Are these fair and accurate copies of those two search warrants?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would introduce these as States 49 and 50.
Having reviewed both exhibits, Judge, no objection.
Now, did you yourself serve these search warrants, or I guess execute them?
Are you talking about the DNA search warrants?
Yeah.
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Somebody else actually got the swabs and all that?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that you were present at Chatham County Police Headquarters for a period of time on October 5th,
Yes, sir.
day one of the investigation.
Yes, sir.
And were you aware that a phone had been seized from each one of the defendant, Danny Youngkin and Paul Simon,
Yes.
and that phone extractions had been performed at the Chatham County Police Department?
Yes.
At some point, were you involved in the transport of the defendant's phone for a second phone extraction?
Yes.
Can you tell us what your involvement in that was?
I transported the phone to Savannah Police Department forensic examiner, Mr. Williams or Officer Williams, and he performed a second extraction on the cell phone.
What type of extraction did you perform?
It's a gray key extraction, and it's just a different program, different from Cellbrite that was extracted at the Chatham County Police Department that oftentimes can do further extraction and provide more data.
Now, when you said you did this with the phone,
Yes, sir.
I want to clarify which phone we're talking about.
It was LEILANI Simon's phone.
And when was it that you took the defendant's phone to Officer Williams of the Savannah Police Department for a gray key extraction?
That was on October 7th of 2022.
Do you remember who you got it from to take it over there in the first place?
I believe it was from Sergeant Coleman.
Okay. And he's with Chatham County Police Forensics?
Yes, sir.
And you took it to Officer Williams of the Savannah Police Department?
Yes.
Did he perform a gray key extraction of the defendant's phone?
Yes, he did.
And did he provide that extraction to you?
Yes, he did.
And how did he provide it to you? Would it have been like a disk or a thumb drive or something like that?
I don't recall exactly what kind of device.
Thank you, Stephen, for jumping in the sauce again with us. Congratulations. I think you were before, so welcome back, brother. We appreciate you sticking with us and being part of this family. Very much appreciate it, sir.
It was on, but it was something of a USB or a drive.
Some sort of digital storage media?
Yes, sir.
Did he give you the phone back as well?
Yes, sir, he did.
And did you take those two items back to the case team?
Yes, I did.
Did you make that gray key extraction available to Detective Lemons?
Yes.
And did you make it available to Taylor Burns of the FBI?
Yes, sir.
Were you involved in any of the canvas operations, the neighborhood canvas operations that we've heard a little bit about?
Yes, sir, I was.
Can you tell us about which one you were involved in?
I was involved in the canvas of Azalea Mobile Homes.
And what was your specific involvement?
I was serving as an interpreter. Most of the residents of Azalea Mobile Homes don't speak English, they speak Spanish.
And I take it you speak Spanish as well?
Yes, sir.
One moment, please, okay? No further questions, Your Honor.
Just a few questions. I'm going to ask a generalized question, and I might kind of get back down if I need to, but I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. You mostly did the search warrants and collected the records that we discussed here, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you did the search warrants for the DNA, but you didn't do the collection on that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you did a canvas of the Azalea Mobile Home Park.
Yes, sir.
What day was that?
I don't recall. I know it was the Sunday following when the investigation started, but I don't recall the exact date.
And that's fine. But that was pretty much the extent of your involvement in the case that I'm aware of and that Mr. Dean's asked you about, correct?
Yes, sir. I just kind of served as a assistance role throughout the investigation.
And that's all I wanted to make sure of. So you took the records and passed it on to Detective Lemons or Taylor Burns, correct?
Yes, sir.
Didn't do any interpretation or other than that.
No, sir.
Same thing with the phone extraction. You just collected the data and turned it over, correct?
Yes, sir.
All the questions I got. Yes, thank you.
No redirect at this point.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Okay. Give me a second.
Thank you, Judge.
Did she be excused? She certainly may. Thank you. We're about an hour and 15 minutes in. If it's yours, would you like to take a break at this point? Okay, let's do that. Let's take a 15-minute break. It's about 10:20. Let's reconvene 10:35.
Jury's exiting.
Thank you. All right, we're in recess until 10:35.
Okay. Let's see. So far, so good.
Mr. Dean?
Well,
Onward and
having not
upward.
sensed weakness, I would ask to go to like 9, 10 o'clock tonight. No, we have like three, maybe four people that we want to get through today, and I don't think that'll take us past 5 o'clock or so.
Thank you. We'll see, again, we'll see how it unfolds. All right, please bring in the jurors.
Jurors in summary.
All right, good morning.
Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yeah, Corporal Deshaun Williams, Savannah Police Department Forensics Unit.
Normal spelling of Williams?
Yes. Williams.
I was trying to cut out that step for you.
Gotcha.
Now we're all very clear on that. How do you spell your first name?
Dusean.
How long have you been with the Savannah Police Department?
Going on 11 years.
And how long have you been with the Savannah Police Department Forensics Unit?
About 7 years.
What's your position in the forensics unit at this point?
Digital forensics.
And were you I guess you were with the forensics unit in October of 2022?
I was.
Does part of your duties include performing cell phone extractions?
It does.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
So pretty much we have a unit called Gray Key, and it is iPhone specific. It gains access to any iPhone in its operating system, and we're able to get extraction based off the Gray Key unit.
Can you just walk us through kind of briefly the steps? Somebody comes to you with a cell phone, a detective comes to you with a cell phone, and they want a Gray Key extraction done. What do you do?
So what I do, I take that iPhone, I hook it up to the Gray Key unit. The Gray Key unit gets access to the operating system and the file systems that's on the phone, and it makes a hard copy of everything that's on that phone. It then produces a zip file along with a PDF report, a keychain, and a password list.
What's a keychain?
Keychain is pretty much a file that holds all the password tokens that is stored on the phone.
And what do you then do when you've pulled all that data from the phone? What do you do with it?
Typically, I would put it into a physical analyzer, and what the physical analyzer does, it decrypts all the information that's in the zip file and keychain and make it into a readable format. But in this case, I believe the detective just wanted the extraction itself, along with PDF reports and keychains and password lists.
And in this case, did you give the detective the extraction that you had performed?
I did.
What is it, on a thumb drive or something?
It
like
is.
that? Okay. Let's talk about the who and the when. When did you perform the Gray Key extraction in this case that you're talking about?
October 7th.
And who was it that provided the phone to you to do the Gray Key extraction?
Detective Cox.
Jenny Cox?
Correct.
Okay. And did she identify the phone to you as that of the defendant?
She did.
What type of phone was it? Not necessarily like the model number and everything, but just generally.
A Apple iPhone XS Max.
And where did you conduct this Gray Key extraction?
At the Forensics Unit, 78 Ross Road.
And you turned around the resulting data to her?
Correct.
Okay. Did you give her the phone back as well?
I did.
Do you see in front of you an object marked as States Exhibit 51?
Yes.
That is an envelope, right?
Right.
Do you know what's in that envelope?
USB device.
And what's on that USB device?
The Gray Key extraction.
Is it the same files that you pulled off of the defendant's phone on October 7, 2022 and gave to Detective Cox?
Correct.
Welcome, Phil. Welcome, Siggy. Siggy and Mike, I'm sorry. Welcome to both of you, and thank you for joining us.
I expect we're going to hear testimony from Sergeant Coleman of the Chatham County Police Department that he had already performed a Cellbrite extraction on this phone. What is the difference, just high level, right? Because none of us are forensics officers, between the Cellbrite extraction that he had performed and the Gray Key extraction that you did a couple days later?
So Gray Key is made specifically with iPhone in mind. So it's able to gain access to files that UFED or Cellbrite is not able to gain access to because its developers specifically focus on iPhone itself.
I would introduce at this time States Exhibit 51 in the evidence, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted it without objection.
One moment, please. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Williams, you just stated a minute ago, Officer Williams, The Gray Key is iPhone specific and Cellbrite is not. What are the differences between the two? I mean, what's like a file that a Cellbrite would extract or not extract that a Gray Key would?
Well, one that I can think of offhand is the keychain that it can extract. It can bypass the operating systems on a iPhone better than the Cellbrite because, like I said, the developers of the Gray Key unit put more specifics on the iPhone itself.
So, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm just genuinely trying to understand. So it sounds to me like a Cellbrite extraction would get a lot less material than a Gray Key extraction would get.
Typically.
Okay. And is that the reason for running the Gray Key extraction is to get more specific?
To an iPhone, yes.
Okay. And when you do these extractions, I assume you just plug it into a USB device or some other port and the computers do what they do. And
so I actually hooked the phone up to the Gray Key unit based off the port that's connected to an iPhone. So I believe it's a USB-C now. So Gray Key has a USB-C that I can connect that phone to the Gray Key unit.
And it just generates this report and that's it. And then you send it along to the detective or whoever you send it to.
It gains access to the files on the phone and it does give me a zip file that contains all that data from the phone.
And what I'm trying to narrow down is basically when you do the extraction, you take the phone, you plug it in, you do the extraction, you get a hard drive and you pass it along, correct?
Correct.
That's the extent of your involvement.
Right.
Right. Did you review any of the extraction on this or just forward it like you normally do?
I just forwarded it to the detective that needed it.
That's all the questions I got. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Any redirect, Mr. Dean?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, so the state may call its next witness.
Sergeant Gary Scott Coleman.
Raise your right hand and face the clerk.
The evidence you shall give the court and the jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dan. How are you? Thank you. Morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, sir. My name is Sergeant Gary Scott Coleman. I work for the Chatham County Police Department. I am the supervisor of their crime scene unit. I started police work in 2002. This is my 23rd year. I have been doing forensic work since 2009. I was one of the two supervisors of Savannah Chatham County Metro PD after the demerger. Because I was a previous county employee, I came back to start up the new county police, and that's where I've been since.
In October of 2022, were you heading up the Chatham County Police Department's forensics unit?
Yes, sir, I was.
Who did you have under you?
At that time, had Corporal Philip Schenker. A Corporal Matthew Diggins had just started on Monday, and this was a Wednesday, so he was brand new. And I had a Corporal Michelle Shiro, who her last day was Friday, so I wasn't using her for that.
Now, did the forensics unit? Well, let me ask you just a couple more questions about your background.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what, if any, training you have in the acquisition of digital evidence and analysis of digital evidence?
Yes, sir. I have a certification from the Department of Homeland Security. FLETC is what they call it down in Brunswick. They like to use a lot of acronyms, so it's a Digital Evidence Acquisition Specialist. I also have a certification in through Department of Homeland Security in Glencoe in seized computer evidence recovery as well.
Now, every time you use an acronym, I'm going to have to ask you for the record what it stands for. What is FLETC? People may know.
FLETC is the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Glencoe, Georgia, which is right near Brunswick.
Okay. Let's go back to October 5th.
Yes, sir.
Did your forensics unit respond to 535 Buckhalter that day?
Yes, sir, we did.
And were you there in a supervisory capacity over what forensics was doing?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us the various things that you all did out there that day?
The main objective that day, because it was a missing child, was the department owns several drones. Myself and one other of my investigators has their FAA license to fly drone. We figured we could cover a lot more area. It borders Hunter Army Airfield. If you go a little bit further down Buckhalter, I had to call the Hunter Air Tower to see if we could clear the air because, the military doesn't really like anybody telling them what to do. So, but we got the air cleared so we could search. Batteries in these drones, they drain very fast. We have 4 sets and they do not charge very fast. So the mission lasted about an hour. It's equipped with a thermal device as well. We use the thermal during the day and we were not able to locate anybody. So we packed up and left.
At some point when you were out there, did y'all document the premises with photographs and so forth?
Corporal Schenker did.
Okay. Now, did you go to Chatham County Police Department headquarters?
Yes, after I left the scene.
And was that where the defendant and Daniel Youngkin and Paul Simon were being interviewed?
Yes, I was aware they were in the building.
Just for the record, is that building where they were interviewed on October 5th, is that in Chatham County?
Yes, sir, it is.
While you were present at Chatham County Police Department headquarters, were you asked to conduct any digital evidence acquisition?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes, I believe it was Detective Cox, Detective Jenny Cox, brought me 3 phones. She identified them as the defendant's phone, Paul Simon's phone, and Daniel's phone. We have a machine called, it's a company called Cellbrite. You probably heard that already. That company specializes in extracting certain kinds of information from cell phones. Detective Cox informed me they had gotten verbal consent to search the phones, and I went ahead and extracted all 3 of them, and then provided them back to Detective Cox when I was finished with them.
Now, how did you go about conducting the Cellbrite extractions on this phone? Can you just at a high level kind of walk us through the process?
So when you get a phone, it's always really good to have the code, and I believe they have provided the codes. The machine, it's basically like plugging it into a charger, for lack of a better. The machine is a box about that big. It also works with software on a computer, so it's plugged into a computer, and it will select the make and the model of the phone if it's in the catalog. Otherwise, you have to manually include it to put it in. Once you do that, you basically, there's a lot of technical stuff that you get into, but you make a folder, you tell the computer where you want the extraction to go, and you push the button and it does it. It does the magic.
And then you said you turn those extractions around to the
Yes.
detectives?
So typically what I do is when I perform an extraction, it comes out as a UFD file. If you're familiar with Microsoft or what have you, it'll come out as a .doc file, like a doc file, or an Excel spreadsheet, it's a .excel file. This will come out as a .ufd. It's a proprietary that Cellbrite, the company, has. Typically, I will do as my workflow, other people might do it differently, but my workflow is I will go ahead and initiate a report. The machine then goes ahead and does a UFD report. A lot of our detectives at our department like to be able to work off the computer instead of looking at a 400-page PDF document. So that's what we do. We go ahead and just do the report on a UFD file. They come and bring us a jump drive or a small, external drive, and we then copy it over there, an exact copy over there.
When a detective gets one of these Cellbrite extractions from you and opens up the UFD file, because we've been talking all about this, we haven't actually seen it.
Yeah.
What are they looking at? Like, what does it look like to go through a Cellbrite extraction as a detective?
So there is a reader program that the Cellbrite will put into the folders, and think about it like Adobe Reader. Okay, like you might not have the full version of Adobe Acrobat, but you'll have the Adobe Reader. It's a light version. It comes up as kind of a dashboard. It shows the phone, what it looks like, the make, the model, serial number, phone number. There are a few other identifier numbers that the carrier uses to identify that number on their network so they can bill you properly. But they're very specific numbers. And then on the left-hand side of the computer screen, you'll see such things as the calendar, and you can click on calendar and it'll show you if anybody had put calendar invites or booked any kind of dates. MMS for multimedia messages. We call it texting. Things used to be SMS texting where you could send pictures and stuff, but if you have an Android, it's generally green. If you have an iPhone, it's blue. You can text pictures, things like that. That's why we call it multimedia.
Now, do you see in front of you an object marked as State's Exhibit 52?
Yes.
Do you know what's in that envelope?
Yes, it is I believe it to be a thumb drive that says Cellbrite Extractions. It has my last name. It has my initials and the date of 10/4/24.
And is that the date that you reviewed the contents of that thumb drive?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what is on that thumb drive?
This is, it's a dump of one of the 3 phones that I did.
Is it one or is it all 3?
Mm.
And we, if you want to, if you need to plug it in, the computer, we can do that.
I could do it if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure, come on down. All right, have you now reviewed the contents of State's Exhibit 52?
Yes, sir, I have.
Can you tell us what's on it?
Yes, it is the extraction of LEILANI Simon, Paul Simon, and Daniel Youngkin's cell phones.
And are those the extractions that you performed on October 5th?
Yes, sir.
And are those the extractions that you turned around to the detectives?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer this as State's Exhibit 52.
Okay.
52 is admitted without objection.
Now, do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 53?
Yes, sir, I do.
Can you flip through that and let me know when you're ready to talk about it?
Yes, sir. Okay.
All right. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's actually the first page that what I was describing a few minutes ago. It's the first page that you'll look at on a UFD reader after you've extracted a phone. I can see that it is the first page is an Apple iPhone XS Max. The Apple ID is simonleilani2@gmail.com. The second is a Android SM S134DL. Samsung likes to use weird things for their phone names.
Welcome, Melissa. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Because it's not an Apple, it doesn't have an.
Do appreciate you very much.
It's an Android phone.
Can you tell the phone number of that phone from looking at that screenshot? Do you see a field on there, MSISDN?
That's it. 910. You have to forgive me. My eyes are not what they used to be. 910-729-1458.
So would that be the screenshot of Daniel, first opening frame of Daniel Youngkin's?
Yes, it's a Samsung.
And then what about the third page?
The third is another Android operating system phone. It is a Motorola G Pure. The phone number is 912-658-6410.
And would that be Paul's?
That is going to be Paul Simon's phone.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 53.
Okay.
I want to publish these and just briefly have you kind of walk us on to where you're seeing this stuff, okay?
Okay.
All right, so this is the first page. We're going to zoom way in. In this pink box right here,
Thank you so much, Melissa. I appreciate that. That means the world to hear that. It really does. So thank you so much for that. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
do you see some dates there?
Yes, sir.
What are those dates referred to?
Those are the dates when the extraction started and then when the extraction was over with.
All right, and we see October 5th there.
Yes, sir.
And this is for which phone now?
This is for the iPhone XX Max, which I believe was Leilani Simon's phone.
All right, move it down a little bit. The Apple ID indicates as much.
Yes, you have to include an email address. If anybody's familiar with Apple, you have to have an Apple ID, an email address associated with it.
All right, and is there somewhere on this list of identifiers where we can see what the phone number is?
Yes, right there, the MSISDN. It's area code 912-547-5275.
Okay. In this bit, it says examiner name.
Yes, sir.
Who's it?
That would be me.
Move on to the second page. This also indicates that this extraction was performed on the 5th
Yes, sir, it does.
by you.
Yes, sir.
And the MSISDN,
It is 910-729-458.
1458.
1458. Yes, sir.
So I should have zoomed in more for you. MSISDN is essentially the phone number.
Yes, sir. It's the carrier phone number.
And slide 3, also October 5th.
Yes, sir, it is.
Also you as the examiner.
Yes, sir.
And phone number here is
912-658-6410.
okay. All right. Were you involved in the collection of some video footage in this case?
Yes, sir, I was.
And have you prepared a presentation that stitches together some of the relevant video?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you go out and collect video, are you collecting only the relevant 1 or 2 minutes, or are you collecting like a broad swath?
We can have a range the detectives will have us pull. I typically will do an hour before, an hour after, just in case we don't catch something. But we were through detective information, we were able to kind of narrow down a time frame a little bit less.
Now, the presentation that you've prepared, where does it contain video footage from? What locations?
It contains footage from Azalea Mobile Home Park. First of all, the rental, I guess the mobile home, which is used as a rental home office, and Real Time Auto,
Is New Ride Auto?
New Ride Auto. That is it. New
So
Ride Auto.
those are the 2 locations that we're going to see footage from.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, do you see in front of you an exhibit marked as State's Exhibit 54?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you tell from the envelope what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
These are copies of videos that we pulled from Azalea Mobile Home Park.
All right. And what about State's Exhibit 56?
This is the New Ride Auto video with a certificate inside of it from the owner saying that it was properly working.
Your Honor, I would introduce these exhibits as 54 and 56. Objection.
54, 56,
All right. So those exhibits are just the raw copy of all the surveillance footage that you collected from those places,
Yes, sir.
which may be on the order of hours.
Yes.
Okay. Now, 57, what is that? State's Exhibit 57. And actually, I think up there we heard
57A.
57A and 57B.
This is the PowerPoint presentation that was put together, a disc.
Okay. And what about 57B?
Unfortunately, you guys, this part of the testimony and stuff is probably super boring
Is
because
it
it
just a printout of
doesn't
the-
It is a
really
printout
matter.
presentation.
Okay.
To me.
I'll talk to you a little bit about the components of this PowerPoint presentation. Okay. Does it include video clips from these 2 locations from the relevant time period?
Yes, sir, it does.
Does it include some photographs of these of Azalea that were taken by your forensics?
Yes, sir, it does.
And does it include some
Other than
screenshots
showing the
of
car
where
at the
these,
dumpster,
uh,
probably.
injury on where these cameras are located
I
and which direction?
knew one of you guys were going to do the Paul
Your Honor,
Simon
this time I
reference.
introduced this as State's Exhibit 57. Okay. All right, and I would ask to publish at this time, Your Honor.
Do, 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 do. I will call you Betty, and Betty, you can call me Al.
Before we get into the nuts and bolts of this, can you just kind of summarize broadly for us
Yes, sir.
what this presentation and the video footage contained in it are going to show as to the defendant's movement shortly after 1 a.m. on October 5th?
Yes, sir, I can. Would it help to stand our point?
Sure. Yeah, you can stand up. Tony.
So the video is concentrated in this area right here.
I'm just gonna ask you, sir.
You missed everything, Miss Bree. It's all over now.
Yes, ma'am. This is the area that
See what happened?
the video was collected from. The new ride auto is almost right on the corner of Buckhalter and 17 or Beachy Road.
I agree, Mike. I'd love to be a fly on the wall in her cell.
But the office is approximately right here.
I'll be honest, I'm sure she's denied everything, probably for simple reasons that she doesn't want to get her ass whooped in there. Just saying. So she's probably blamed it on everybody but her, Danny, Quentin's father, her mother, for anybody but her. Okay, I can almost guarantee you that's the kind of personality she is. She won't take accountability. So yeah, but it would be interesting to know word for word what she has said. I agree with that, Mike.
And what's it going to show in terms of what that vehicle did? Just a tight summary.
It shows it come in. It shows it come in the main road and continue down. And we lose track of it. It goes out of frame somewhere in here. And then we pick up a vehicle over on the walk on the exit. And then we see it come and then exit as a mobile home park. It makes a left-hand turn, makes another left-hand turn at Buckhalter Road where New Ride Auto is about right here. They have a camera pointing this way, and you can see it head south on Buckhalter.
Back in the direction of 535 Buckhalter?
Yes, sir.
Now, is this video footage going to show that vehicle stationary at the dumpsters for any period of time during that trip?
Yes, sir.
For about how long, give or take?
Could have been 35, 45 seconds.
1 minute, please. All right, so with that preview, slide 1, what are we looking at here? What does it show?
So this is just an overall map of the area from 535 Buckhalter Road to Azalea Mobile Home Park. Google Maps is estimating that it takes 7 minutes and 2.7 miles.
Buckhalter Road is the L shape here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so even though there's a turn there, does it remain Buckhalter Road?
Yes, sir. It's a pretty sizable dog leg to the right.
Now, this road running kind of diagonal on the top left, this larger road, what is that?
That is Ogeechee Road. Some people call it Highway. Well, it's a U.S. Highway 17, but a lot of locals call it Ogeechee Road.
You said that the video footage is concentrated in this area at the top, like the Buckhalter Ogeechee Road intersection?
Yes, sir.
Now, moving on to the next slide, where have we moved here?
So this is the intersection of Buckhalter Road and Highway 17 or Ogeechee Road. That is where the new Ride Auto is approximately right here. There is my Spanish isn't good. It's a Hispanic restaurant and grocery store right here.
Okay.
And then you head down and take a right at 4711 to go past a Chevron station that's right here. And that takes you directly into Azalea Mobile Home Park.
Now, the next slide, does this slide show the locations of the buildings from which you obtained the video footage?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. And can we see Ogeechee Road in this image?
Yes, it is the 4-lane with a divider running almost horizontally at the top of the screen.
And do you see the marker there for New Ride Auto?
Yes, sir.
Is that Buckhalter Road immediately to the left of that?
Yes, sir, that is. It's running north and south at that point from the vantage point you have.
Now, can we see the Chevron in this image?
Yes, sir.
And where is it? I'm sorry to keep
It's
asking
all
you to
right.
get up, but that might be the easiest way to do it.
So this is the Chevron convenience store. These are the gas pumps for the Chevron station. Again, the store, gas pumps for the Chevron station.
Okay, for the record, that's trying to think of the best way to do this. That would be above the left side of the yellow marker for the Azalea Management Office. If you go along the left side of that marker and go up, you see the white square, and that's the Chevron. And then above that is the parking lot and pumps for the Chevron.
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, this next slide, what intersection is this?
This is the intersection of Buckhalter Road, which is running north and south vertically across the screen. That is Ogeechee Road, Highway 17 running horizontally.
And do you see that structure with the yellow arrow pointing off of it?
Yes, sir, I do.
Now, that yellow arrow is something that we added, right, in PowerPoint?
Yes.
And what does that arrow signify?
That arrow signifies a camera that is mounted on that building.
And what is that building again?
That is a New Ride Auto.
Where does that camera point?
It points towards the primarily Buckhalter Road on the corner of the intersection
Okay.
and the entrance to Buckhalter.
Now, this next slide, can we back out to where we see both of the structures that we're going to talk about footage from, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in the next slide, you mentioned that you got camera footage from cameras mounted on the management shed at Azalea.
Yes,
Is I'm now advancing again, so we see one arrow on the left side kind of pointing up. Do you see how that arrow is sort of on the edge of a white structure?
yes, sir.
What is that white structure?
The white structure is the rental office for Azalea Mobile Home Park.
And what does that yellow arrow signify?
It is pointing in the direction of the camera, which we downloaded video from.
Okay, so does this yellow arrow signify one of the cameras from which you obtained video footage at that place?
Yes, sir.
Now, the monitoring system where you can look at the footage from these cameras, where is that?
It is located inside the rental office.
The same building that the cameras are hanging off of?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I've advanced again. Now we see a second yellow arrow pointing more or less in the other direction, right?
Yes, sir.
What does this arrow signify?
So this arrow signifies a second camera that is pointed down the entrance road to Azalea Mobile Home Park.
All right, so we're at 2 Azalea cameras now, right?
Yes, sir.
And if you were to travel, south on that road, would you pass through the frame of one camera and into the frame of another pretty much immediately?
Yes, sir. They're very close together.
I've advanced again, and now we see a third arrow pointing kind of like down and to the right and down a little bit on this slide. What does that arrow signify?
That is the third camera that we pulled video from. If you follow the arrow down and to the right, you might see this. You might see this greenish area, this brownish area.
Like in the extreme bottom right?
Yes, sir.
Frame?
Yes, sir.
And what is there?
That is where the waste collection point is, the dumpsters for the community.
What is this? You see this? What looks like a white car here?
Yes.
All right. And then above that, the white structure that you described as the management office, I think.
Yes, sir.
What is this sort of triangular area here?
It's kind of a maintenance yard. They appear to keep maintenance equipment in there, what have you, skid steers, just different types of maintenance equipment.
And is this yard bounded by a fence?
Yes, it is.
Can you describe that fence?
I call it a hurricane fence. It's a metal fence. And of note was that it had some green slats running through it.
And this triangular yard here, just north of that white maintenance shed, what's it bounded by the other side of the fence?
Sure.
What is this here?
Oh, that is the exit road to Azalea Mobile Home Park.
Okay, so is it fair to say that if you want to come into Azalea, you come down this road here
Yes.
on the left,
Yes.
and then if you want to get out, you can go out this way?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's what you're supposed to do.
Is this a one-way street or a two-way
It
street?
is a one-way street.
Okay, so it's a two-way street or a one-way street to exit.
Yes.
Okay. And the dumpsters are over here in the bottom right-hand corner.
Yes, sir.
What is the field of view like from this camera that's oriented in the direction of the maintenance yard and the dumpster? If you look at footage from that camera, what are you looking at?
You can look down the road. There is a fence, obviously the fence we've been talking about, but if you look right to the top of the fence, you will be able to see a lot further down the road.
If you come in on that entrance road, it's on kind of the left side of the frame, is it possible in Azalea to do sort of a complete loop that takes you out on the exit road that you described?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said earlier that's sort of how you're supposed to go in.
That's how you're supposed to. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I've gone back to where we're only looking at this. I've advanced to where we're looking at the single arrow pointed up, and that signifies the first camera that you were talking about, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. In this next slide, where we see it looks like we're looking at the monitor for a security system in an iPhone. What are we looking at here?
So that is the camera from the arrow that y'all just saw on the Google map, pointing towards, in the upper left-hand corner, you'll see the Chevron station building, and out here, you'll see OVG Road.
You're indicating towards the top right of
Yes, sir.
the image. So does this camera capture cars entering Azalea Mobile Home Plaza?
Yes, sir, it does.
And we heard testimony from Officer Schenker. And Your Honor, sorry, I did not ask permission. May I remain seated at this point?
Yes. If you need, if you're operating in this way, you can remain seated.
Thank you, Your Honor. He testified that the time stamp on the Azalea cameras was off by, it was like 81 minutes slow. Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir, I do. 81 minutes because the phone does not give the seconds like the video does.
Okay. So this is the field of view from that.
Come on.
Yes, sir.
Now, I've advanced to the next slide. We see that arrow pointing down and to the left a little bit. That's the second camera that you described for us, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Right, I should say the second Azalea camera that you described for us. This next slide, what are we seeing here?
This is the field of view from the camera that we just spoke of with the yellow arrow. It is right next to the other camera that points towards the Chevron station. This points towards the back-ish. I mean, as you would go back further into Azalea, you can also see, I believe, the first road that goes off to the right in that field of view.
And is that first road that goes off to the right, is that visible right there, kind of beyond that truck?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you this, because you mentioned that, I'm gonna pull up what's been admitted as, State's Exhibit 35. Do you see this?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, does that indicate what it looks like if you take a right turn on that road you just mentioned?
It appears to be.
Okay. All right, back to your presentation. I'm on slide 10 here. I'm trying to get us all on slide 10. Give me a moment.
Good God, the dude's ears. Oh wow.
While you're preparing that, we need to take a short break. This time now is 11:30. Let's make this a short break. It's a 10-minute break. Okay, we'll be back at 11:40. And of course, please don't discuss the case with anyone and don't do any research. Thank you. We're recessed. Mr. Dean.
All right, so we're on slide 11, and this is that arrow that signifies the
Vehicle of the mobile home park. Parked right there, and the dumpster, it's kind of hard to see for y'all probably a ways away, but you can actually see some brownish, and then there's some green, but that's exactly where the dumpsters are. We did not have her park there, by the way. She just happened to be there.
Moving on to the next slide. This is also a photograph that has been admitted through the testimony of Officer Schenker. Is that the white car sitting next to the dumpsters that you were just talking about?
Yes, sir, it is.
Is it in the same place in this image as it was in the last image?
It appears to be.
In other words, it hadn't moved?
No, sir.
All right. So now let's actually watch this footage, okay? We back out and we see the two source buildings, I guess I'll call them, New Ride Auto and the Azalea Management Office. This is slide 15. Slide 16, this is that New Ride Auto camera again.
Yes, sir, it is.
And then slide 17, this is a video clip, right?
Yes, sir. This is the video camera angle from New Ride Auto pointing towards Buckhalter. And you can also see a little bit of 17.
And what time is this footage from?
The timestamp says 1:16 and 15 seconds on Wednesday.
October 5th, 2022?
Yes.
All right. What are we going to see in this clip?
You're going to see a vehicle pass through your view on the road.
On which road is it going to be on initially?
Buckhalter.
And what direction is it going to be traveling?
It's going to be traveling northbound or towards Ageechee Road.
And when it hits that intersection of Buckhalter and Ageechee Road, what is it going to do?
It will take a right.
And what type of vehicle does it appear to you to be?
It appears to be a Dodge Journey, a light colored Dodge Journey.
Now, this series of video clips is in chronological order of when the events occurred, correct?
Yes.
She even drives like an
At
asshole.
this point, that Dodge
Unreal.
is taking a right onto Ageechee Road from Buckhalter Road, right?
Yes, it is.
All right, moving to slide 18, we see the two source buildings marked again. In slide 19, this shows the position and orientation of the first camera that we're going to see footage from, correct?
Yes, sir, it does.
Now, can we see the overhang for the Chevron pumps up there in the top left area?
Yes, sir, in the top right, top left.
And are those some U-Hauls next to that kind of reflecting?
Yes, I think at the time they were running U-Hauls at that establishment.
In that timestamp that says 23:56, that's 80 to 81 minutes slow, correct?
Yes, sir.
So if it says 23:56 and you add 80 to 81 minutes, you get like 1:17 a.m. or so
Yes, sir.
on October 5th, 2022, right?
Yes, sir.
And what is this clip going to show?
It's going to show a vehicle approach from the left side of the screen, and then it will make a right-hand turn on the entrance to Azalea Mobile Home Park.
Does it appear to be the same vehicle as in the last clip we just watched?
It does.
And this would have been just seconds after that clip we just watched. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, slide 21, this signifies the camera pointing the other way.
Yes, sir, it does.
And I think you mentioned earlier that a vehicle driving into Azalea would pass through the field of view of the camera we just watched footage from into the field of view of this camera.
Yes, sir.
Now, the next slide, what are we going to see here?
You're going to see a vehicle enter from the right-hand side of the screen and then go all the way across the screen and exit the left-hand side of the screen.
Now, we looked at that image earlier of that right turn that you can take with the red arrows.
Yes, sir.
And can you see that street where you would take a right? That's in this frame.
Yes, sir, it does.
Does the vehicle take a right on that, right or not?
No, it does not.
And does the vehicle that we're about to see seem to be the same one from the previous vehicle?
It seems to myself, it seems to be the same vehicle.
Yeah, this clip would just be like a second or two after that one.
Yes, it's, yes.
All right, same vehicle.
The,
driving
the,
the
the
same-
cameras are right next to each other.
Okay. Now, you mentioned earlier that if you drive in this way that we just watched this car do, you can make a loop and take that one-way exit road.
Yes, sir. It's a loop. There's several roads that bisect it, but you have to go to that other road to exit.
Is this the way we just saw this car drive? Is that the way that you would drive to make that loop
Yes,
that takes you past the dumpsters and to that one-way exit road?
that is the full loop. Yes, sir.
Now, what is this here?
Appears to be a still image of the vehicle that just we just watched on the video.
And what is this next slide here, slide 24?
This is a Dodge Journey that is sitting in, I believe, the technical garage of the FBI building.
Is that the Dodge Journey that was towed from 535 Buckhalter?
Yes, sir, it is.
Is that Dodge Journey that was towed from the house and photographed at the FBI office, does that appear to be consistent with the vehicle that we're seeing in this security footage?
Yes, sir, it does. I pay particular attention to what we call the back part. If you can see the slant and the angle, there's certain things you look at when you've been looking at cars for a very long time on video that you try to key in on, even though the video is somewhat pixelated. The tire, the area of the tire appears to be the same. The angle of the light appears to be the same.
Now, this next slide, slide 25, this signifies the location of that camera that catches the dumpsters in the top of the front field of view.
Yes.
Now, what are we going to see here?
So what you're going to see here is you're going to see some brightness, and I'll stand
Sure,
up.
yeah.
You're going to see some brightness. Again, I'll bring your attention to this cat skid steer. Here's the fallen down traffic sign. Again, you're looking in this area right here. And that's kind of orientates you.
And you said you're going to see some brightness. Does it appear to you to be vehicle headlights?
Yes, it does.
And are those vehicle headlights moving continuously throughout this video clip or not?
No, sir, they're not.
Can you tell us for about how long they appear to be stationary?
I think I said earlier, I misspoke. I believe it's probably around 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 15 seconds, something like that.
And based on the pictures that we've looked at so far, what area of the Azalea Mobile Home Plaza do those apparent vehicle headlights appear to be stationary at for 2 minutes or so?
Judging by where they're stationary and knowing what I knew from the white vehicle being parked there, I believe it to be in the area of the dumpsters.
Now, initially, when you're just seeing headlights stationary in the area of the dumpsters, are you able to tell what vehicle that is at that point?
No, sir.
Is there a point in this video clip where you do get a good look at that vehicle?
Yes, sir. I believe so. If the jury remembers, I spoke of a hurricane fence and slats going through them. These are, angled green slats. We've probably all seen them at construction sites. It's supposed to somewhat obscure what's behind the fence. But when a vehicle or when anything is moving behind it, you get an idea better when that object is moving. So you'll see right in here.
What is the vehicle doing at that point? Which direction is it headed? What road is it on?
It's headed towards the exit.
Is it on that one-way exit road you described?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, it runs along the top side of that yard.
Yes, sir, it does.
Now, when you get a look at it at that point, does it appear to you to be the same vehicle that we've been seeing in all these other video clips?
It does.
With that preview, I'll go ahead and play the video clip on slide 26 here. Now, at this point, we're about halfway into this video clip. At this point, do those headlights appear to be stationary in the area of the dumpsters?
Yes, sir.
When they appear to start moving to you and making that movement that you were describing to us, will you just let us know and kind of narrate to us what that vehicle is doing and where it's heading?
Okay, it's now moving. As you can tell, there's some light shining off the building, and obviously you see now the car comes into view. You can see it pass. What appears to be the same vehicle, a crossover vehicle, which is what a Dodge Journey is classified as, a crossover.
And which direction, like where would this vehicle be heading at this point?
Logically, it'd be heading out, exiting the Azalea Mobile Home Park.
Towards Ogeechee Road?
Yes, sir.
Now, this next slide, slide 27, this is the first Azalea camera that we talked about, right?
Yes, sir, it is.
This is the one that captures the entrance from Ogeechee Road of vehicles going into Azalea, and the exit from Azalea onto Ogeechee Road of vehicles leaving, correct?
Yes, sir, it does.
And this next slide, slide 28, is some footage from that camera, right?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what are we going to see here?
You're going to see a car come in from the right-hand side of the screen, make a right-hand turn, and then up at Ogeechee Road or Highway 17, you'll see it make a left-hand turn.
Now, initially, when you see, I guess, the headlights of that car or maybe the car itself, what road is it going to be on? Is it going to be on that one-way exit road?
Yes, it's kind of a triangle, but it's on the exit part of it.
And it's going to make a right onto the Azalea Road that comes off of Ogeechee and then a left onto Ogeechee Road itself.
Yes, sir, it will.
Does it come to a complete stop?
Yes, it is coming in. It is signaling that it's going to turn to the left. And now it's turned.
Now, from the footage that we've watched to this point, did that vehicle appear to stop at the Chevron on the way in or
No.
on the way out from Azalea?
No, sir, it did not.
Now, did you also get video footage from the Chevron itself?
We did pull video from the Chevron station.
And did you look at that video footage to see whether it somehow showed the vehicle stopping at the Chevron station on either end of the strip?
It showed what this video shows.
Does it essentially just show it driving by the Chevron?
Yes, sir, it does.
Azalea, and then later out of Azalea?
Yes.
Now, moving on to slide 30, we're back at New Ride Auto here, right?
Yes, sir, we are.
The Ogeechee Road Buckalter intersection.
Yes.
And what are we going to see in this video clip at slide 31?
You'll see a vehicle approach from the right-hand side of the screen, and it will make a left-hand turn onto Buckalter Road.
Does it appear to be the same vehicle that we've been watching for the last?
It appears to be.
A little glitchy. Let's try that again, see if it works better. What time are we at here?
It is 1:22:45 in the morning on Wednesday, 10/5/2022.
Now, would that right turn on Buckalter there, I'm sorry, left turn onto Buckalter, then would that take you back to 535 Buckalter Road?
Yes, if you followed Buckalter Road, it would take you back there.
1 minute, please, John. No further questions, John.
Thank you. Sergeant Coleman, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you, sir?
Good. Just got a couple of questions. You're more technologically advanced than I am.
I don't know.
Well, I call my daughter in college for computer help.
I
So,
understand.
in terms of collection of cell phone information,
Yes, sir.
my understanding is there's a computer program which you know how to operate.
Yes, sir.
I think your words were you plug it in and let the machine do its thing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your job is to be the technical guy who is able to download that stuff, for lack of a more precise term,
Yes, sir.
and then provide it to the detectives for interpretation.
Yes.
Okay. And you used a phrase in terms of the videos that we've been talking about for the last few minutes, out of frame. Tell us what that means, please.
When I say out of frame, I meant out of frame of the physical television.
So if it's out of frame, anyone who's looking at it, trying to interpret it, can't really see what's going on.
That would be correct.
You said that most of the video, at least that I think I watched, other than the references of where cameras were, the actual video of cars really moving and things was pretty dark.
It is dark in there at night, yes, sir.
And I think we were talking about 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the vehicles that you've seen, at least the ones that I saw, and I want you to tell me if I'm wrong, those videos that you were referencing, I didn't see anybody get in a vehicle or get out of them. Is that correct? Okay. So we see cars moving or just parked.
Yes.
And in terms of identifying vehicles, I think you said that there was a picture of the Dodge Journey, and I think it's the FBI.
Yes, in their tech lab. Yes.
Thank you. I didn't want to call it the FBI garage.
It basically is.
What you actually said was that picture was consistent with the vehicle that we have seen some pictures of moving.
I believe it to be.
Okay. Consistent means kind of looks like it, but you can't be absolutely sure it's the same vehicle, can you?
I believe it to be the same make and model. Yes, sir.
Because it's consistent.
And color.
It's consistent with what you saw in the FBI place.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have. Thanks, sir.
Yes, sir.
There are a couple of slides on here that I neglected to ask you about because I momentarily thought we'd come to the end. Going to slide 32, what structure are we seeing here?
So this is a single wide mobile home. I believe it's, can't remember the lot number. For some reason 13 is sticking in my head, but I could be wrong on that.
Where is it in reference? Is it at Azalea Mobile Home Plaza?
Yes, sir.
Where is it in relation to the dumpsters?
If I was taking this picture and I turned around 180 degrees, the dumpsters are right there.
Okay, so this picture is taken essentially from the dumpsters.
Yes, sir.
Now, zooming in on that at slide 33, what are we looking at there over the window?
So right above the window is it's a camera, a video camera, and it stores, it's not the kind of video camera that has a central storage area. It has what's called an SD card, and I think of it as a little hard drive. Okay. You pull it out, you can put it in a computer and then watch the video. It doesn't have its own computer with it. It was explained to me by the.
So there was literally a camera facing the dumpsters when she did this. Wouldn't she be smart enough to look around? Are there cameras here? Can anybody see me? I mean, the stupidity that has surfaced on this is so much more than I thought it was. Pure and utter just stupidity and ignorance. Thank you, SRB. I'm grateful for the stupidity because, we know the truth, but I'm just saying, like, you would think somebody that does dumb shit like this would try to be a little smarter with what they're doing. No. Dumb and stupid.
The manager of Azalea Mobile Home Park that they own that camera, but that the man that actually owns the trailer allowed them to keep it there. They were not sure if it worked or not, but obviously because of its proximity, we were very interested in it. We were given permission to take the camera by the property management. We looked at the camera, we took the SD card out. I can use the term corrupted. This camera is not made for outside, and we all live in Savannah. It's humid, it's hot. This is not a ruggedized camera, and we were not able to pull any images or video from this camera at all.
Once you had taken a crack at it, did you give that camera or the SD card in it or both to the FBI?
Yes, sir, I did.
To see whether they could do any more than you were able to do?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you mentioned it's not designed for outdoor use. Is it an indoor camera?
It's an indoor camera.
And is it something like it had been put up by the manager to deter illegal dumping?
That's what she explained to me.
Okay. Just to be clear, was this something, we watched a bunch of video from like the commercial system at the property management office, right?
Right.
And all those cameras worked and everything, barring the timestamp issue. Was this camera a part of or tied into that commercial system?
No, sir, it was not.
Something totally different.
Yes.
And you guys took it and did what you could with it.
We did what we could with it. Yes, sir.
But you were ultimately not able to recover any footage from it from the night of the 4th?
I was not, no, sir.
Okay. One moment, please. No further questions.
Thank you.
Nothing further. Thanks, sir. Yes, sir.
Sergeant, thank you. You may step down and you're excused.
Thank you.
Hi, Molly.
I think it's a great time for a break. It's 12:15. Let's break for lunch.
Of course it is.
Let's come back at 1:15. We'll come back in an hour. I understand that you're having lunch here up in the snack bar area. We'll get started. No worries. We're not going to go extremely long today. Okay. I figured I'd break it to you. Okay. All right, good afternoon. Good afternoon, good day.
Yeah, can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Detective Randall Noble.
And how do you spell your version of Randall?
Randall spelled R-A-N-D-A-L-L.
And normal spelling of Noble, N-O-B-L-E.
That is correct.
All right, where do you work?
I work with Chatham County Police Department.
And how long have you been with the Chatham County Police Department?
I've been with the department for 6 years.
And where are you from?
Originally raised in Enterprise, Alabama.
How did you end up in the Chatham County area?
I joined the military after college, stationed at Hunter Army Airfield.
Where'd you go to college?
I went to UAB.
Did you get a degree there?
Yes, in criminal justice.
Okay. What'd you do in the Army?
I was infantry.
I told you to put it
Yes,
down.
Yes, I did do deployments in Afghanistan.
And you said you joined the Chatham County Police when?
Why aren't you
I
wearing
joined them in
a coat?
2018.
Was that shortly after you got out of the?
I asked you to put
Yeah, it was
coat
a
on
smooth
first.
transition. I would say it was
Out there with no
about 2 months right
jacket.
after ETS. I got out of the military.
Something on.
I joined up with
Put
the
a
department.
jacket on.
What was your first position at the department?
I was a patrol officer.
And are you now a detective with the Criminal Investigations Division?
Yes, sir.
When did you join CID as a detective?
I've been a detective for about 3 years.
So you were a detective in October of 2022.
Yes, sir.
All right. I'd like to draw your attention to October 5th, 2022. Were you on duty that day?
Yes, sir.
Did you respond at some point to the house at 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, sir.
Oh, you're
How did you
freezing.
know
I
to go
told
out
you to put a coat
there?
on.
Did you go out there?
I was
Sorry, guys.
either
I don't mean to be so
Sergeant
loud.
Solomon, I don't recall
My apologies. I didn't mean to be so loud.
which supervisor, but typically when we get call outs, especially during the duty day, we responded to 535 Buckhalter.
Now, we've heard some testimony. We've seen some body worn camera still frames showing you and Detective Wilkins getting there at roughly the same time. Him maybe a little bit earlier than you. Does that sound about right to you?
Yes, Detective Wilkins arrived before I did on scene.
And were you second on scene for CID?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us generally what was going on there when you arrived?
When I first arrived on scene, I met with Lieutenant Foster, who was head supervisor on scene at the time, and he basically just gave me the rundown exactly, who he talked to and what situation we're dealing with.
Now, what was Wilkins' responsibility out there? What was he doing?
At the time, he interviewed LEILANI.
And what did your role become upon your arrival? What were you doing out there?
So after I talked with Lieutenant Foster, I met up with Detective Wilkins, who was already speaking with LEILANI, and then after he conducted his interview, I had a brief interview with LEILANI while Wilkins was right there.
Now, were you involved in coordinating the transport of LEILANI Simon, Paul Simon, and Daniel Youngkin to Chatham County Police Department headquarters?
Yes, sir.
And is that building in Chatham County?
Yes, sir.
What was your involvement in the transport?
I took LEILANI to the precinct.
What type of vehicle did you take her in?
At the time, it would have been my silver Ford Explorer unmarked vehicle.
Now, what's the back seat of that vehicle like?
It's just a normal, for that vehicle, it's just a normal back seat.
It's not like a patrol car with a cage and all that.
No cage, no plastic seating. I mean, it has your seatbelt, your standard seatbelts.
All right, so you have a ride.
Correct.
When you got to headquarters, we've heard some testimony that detectives and FBI agents paired up in teams to interview these three people. Is that your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Who were you paired up with?
I was a Special Agent Solomon.
And who did you and Special Agent Solomon interview?
We interviewed Danny.
Okay. Was he cooperative during October 5th?
Yes,
And at some point, did he give you consent to go through his phone and to download his phone?
that is correct.
All right. Did you also conduct an interview with Joe Swain when you were there?
Yes, after we interviewed Danny, I conducted an interview with Joe.
And who is Joe Swain in relation to the defendant?
Joe would be LEILANI's older brother.
Okay. I'd like to show you what's been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 3 and identified as still frames from Sergeant Stewart's body-worn camera. Specifically, slide 18. Okay. Do you see Joe Swain in this image? Is that him behind the truck there?
Yes, I believe that's him.
Okay. So he was at the scene at some point and came to headquarters?
Yes, he was on scene.
Okay. And did he have any relevant information to provide? He didn't live in that house at the time, did he?
No, to my what he provided that he moved out 6 months prior to this incident.
Did he have any relevant information to provide to you all though that assisted you in the investigation?
Yeah. So the initial interview, he thought it was odd that Leilani would blame Henry.
Well, hold on. Let me ask you just about the ADT records. Okay.
Okay.
Did he have access on his phone to ADT records pertaining to the house?
Yes.
Tell me why did he have access to that?
To my knowledge, he had access because he's the one who set up the account for Billy Joe, the owner of the residence, and he still had access because he would access it for her.
And tell us about this ADT system, what you know of it.
So the ADT records he provided was basically like similar to like a phone log. There were sensors on the doors to the living room, the front door, and the dining room is what it was labeled in on the records. And each time the door would open and close, it was time stamped. And he had a screenshot version as if you would to check your bank records. You could see your statements. Well, he had a screenshot version of actually being able to access what day to look at the sensors.
Was it like an app on his phone?
Yes, that's correct.
And was he able to show that to you and sort of walk you through what doors had opened and closed when?
Yes, sir.
Now, was there any particular? Let me just make clear. Are you talking to him about this on the scene or at headquarters?
No, so he provided the screenshots. He sent them to me via text while I was on scene executing the search warrant. This happened after the interview with Joe.
Oh, okay. So it's after headquarters. You've gone back to the scene.
Correct.
All right. Was there any particular door activity at this time that was of interest to you that he provided?
Yes, at the time he provided a screenshot of the front door, which when we responded initially on scene, Leilani stated she woke up at 9 o'clock in the morning, approximately 9 o'clock in the morning. And then I was provided a statement from Danny when I interviewed him with Special Agent Solomon that he received a phone call from Leilani at 9:14. And initially at this point in the investigation, her statement was she woke up, the door was open, she searched, and then she called Danny. Well, when I was provided the ADT records, it showed the front door opening at 9:22 a.m., which conflicted with Danny and Leilani's statements.
Now,
Lies.
with ADT, the company.
Leilani strikes again.
Official door sensor records from them directly.
Yes, I executed a search warrant for ADT to get certified records.
And did they turn around responsive records to you?
That is correct, yes.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 58?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is the search warrant.
The search warrant you sent to ADT?
This is the one I mailed to ADT. That is correct.
When did you get that search warrant? When did you obtain it from the judge?
I obtained it. Can I look at my report?
Would it help to just look at the one?
I slowed it down.
Have a date on it?
I mean, it was signed the 14th day of October, but I just want to make sure the day I mailed it out.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, so October 17th, 2022 is when I mailed it.
Okay. And did they give you responsive records after receiving that search warrant?
Yes, sir. On October 27th, I received an email by Stacy Wise providing me with the records that were requested.
Now, the records that you got from them, what do they look like? What's the format?
So the format is basically she provided a business record certification stating that she's the one who pulled the records. And then the format is what I requested were the days from September 28th to October 5th. And it's pretty much just a timeline of since September 28th when, well, I'll just look at it real quick. From the point that the dining room door opened at 5:12 in the morning to all the way up to the point of 10:5:22 where the door opened at 23:56 p.m.
So that all the way through the evening, like
Correct.
that time of October 5th. So what was that? I didn't catch the opening date, like a week's worth of records or something?
I requested from September 28th to October 5th of 2022.
Okay, so a week.
Correct.
And do those records show when a given door opened, like open and closed, kind of all in the same go, or just opened, or just closed after having been open? Can you tell all that from those records?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there something about cameras at that residence associated with the system?
So there are cameras supposed to be with the system, but the cameras weren't activated.
They weren't working that day?
No, ADT was not able to recover any camera footage.
Okay. And at some point, did the defendant and some other people told you the cameras at the residence weren't active during the relevant time frame?
Correct.
Now, these ADT records, again, the format of what you got, what does it look like? Just like columns or a spreadsheet or what?
I'll go with it's a spreadsheet. You go from left to right. It'll give you a monitor or message, which would be a monitor is actually the door sensor moving. The message is when the system itself is doing a self check to say, like, you know, the sensors are still working. They say it can reach a camera or whatnot. And then it will go into how they would describe each sensor. For this sake, sensor 1 was described as front door. Sensor 2 was described as dining room. And sensor 3 was described as living room.
Your Honor, at this time, I would introduce into evidence States Exhibit 58 and 50. 59 is the ADT records that you got back.
Yes, sir.
All right, I would introduce States 58 and 59.
Having reviewed both, Judge, no objection.
Those are admitted.
Now, let me ask you this. You get these records from ADT, and I understand that you said they have a business record certification with them. We have heard, I think, some interview footage of the defendant claiming that the front door sensor wasn't working properly at the time or something along those lines. Did you do anything yourself to ascertain, to verify whether these records are reliable, whether the statements in the records about when a door opened or closed is something that you can rely on and seems to be true?
Yeah, so what I did, I reviewed BWC footage from the officers that were on scene, and given the doors being open so actively, I thought it was a good source. Well, our BWCs, they're also time-stamped as well. I was able to timestamp one of the officers, Officer Jepson, when he walks into the house with Danny.
Welcome, Asymmetric. Good to have you here.
And then it correlated with his BWC. Also, there was another when Lieutenant Foster was messing with the front door at 10:16. I was able to review Voss's BWC, which cooperated with it was timestamped 10:16 as well.
Okay. So after cross-checking opening and closing of the door that you can see on some of these responding officers' cameras against the entries that you're seeing in the ADT records, do you believe those records to be accurate and these sensors to have been working properly at that time?
Yes, sir.
Now, you mentioned that these records are in like kind of a spreadsheet format. Have you done anything to create a visual aid to show the jury when the various doors in this house open and close, or just open, or just closed after having been open?
Yeah, the PowerPoint was created with a layout of the house, and then the front door, living room door, and dining room door is labeled through slides indicating when one door was open and closed and one door was open, vice versa.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 60, or perhaps it's just a disc? I don't remember.
It's labeled ADT PowerPoint. It's 60, yes.
Now, have you reviewed the contents of that disc?
Yes, sir.
All right. Does it contain the presentation that you've just described?
That's correct.
And do the contents of that presentation accurately reflect what the ADT records themselves say?
Yes.
Do you believe that presentation will aid the jury in their understanding of your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would offer States Exhibit 60 at this time and ask permission to publish it.
No objection, Judge.
60 is admitted, and you may publish.
Thank you, Doodlebug.
Now, do you agree with me that this presentation is not the most exciting thing in the world?
Absolutely.
All right, you ready to rip through it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What are we looking at on the first slide?
So from my right to your left, this is Leilani and Danny's room. I'm gonna get a little closer.
Yeah, you can step down if you want to just.
So this is Leilani and Danny's room. This is the first floor of the house. I don't have the second floor. And all we're caring about is the front, dining room, and living room door. Front door will be right. These right here are just windows. I know they look like doors, but it's just the way they are. Front door will be right here. Dining room door right here, and the living room door is going to present itself right here. And the stars are actually where the doors would be.
And is each successive slide going to represent essentially an entry from these ADT records?
Correct.
Now, the first entry, what is the date and time for this? For each of these, why don't you just tell us the date, time, and what door is showing activity and what that activity is, okay? So we're on slide 2 here.
Okay. So we're going to start with October 4th. This is going to be 4:16 p.m. Down below is when the dining room door opens and closes.
Slide 3.
It's October 4th at 4:28 p.m. The dining room is opening and closing.
Slide 4.
October 4th at 4:40 p.m. The dining room is opening and closing.
Slide 5.
October 4th at 4:43 p.m. The dining room is opening and closing.
All right, so still like mid to late afternoon at this point.
Correct.
Slide 6.
At 5:29 on October 4th, the front door is closed.
Now, can I presume from that there was an earlier entry showing that door being open but not closed?
Yes, the presentation didn't go far back enough, but on the ATT records do reflect that the front door was opened prior and was not closed, and that's why it's just now showing it closed.
Okay. Slide 7.
On October 4th at 5:45 p.m., the dining room is opening and closing.
Slide 8.
At 17:52 on October 4th, the front door is opening and closing, along with the dining room doors opening and closing.
Now, does this mean that these events happened at the exact same time, or does it mean something different?
No, it happened within minute. It happened within the minute. The AT records does not break down seconds. So there will be repeated like front door opening and closing at some times. That's why it will reflect. There's further into the presentation, there'll be another slide like this, but it only would break down 5:52 between, 5:52 that both these doors opened before 5:53 hit.
And closed as well, right?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that where there's no special notation, that each of these stars represents the door opening and closing in the same entry?
Yeah, so for the most part, a lot of the entries, we use basically the blinking star. It's common. You open the door, you close it right away because you're just going through. So just the blinking star means opening and closing.
Okay. And does this presentation specify where a door is open but not closed?
That is correct.
Slide 9.
October 4th at 5:55 p.m., the dining room is opening and closing.
Slide 10.
October 4th at 6:26 p.m., the door is left open.
Which door?
The front door, sorry.
All right. And so at this time, the door is open but not closed.
Correct.
Slide 11.
On October 4th at 6:44 p.m., the front door is still open and the dining room is open and closed.
Slide 12.
On October 4th at 7:19 p.m., the front door is closed.
Slide 13.
On October 4th at 7:19 p.m., the front door is open and closed.
Slide 14.
On October 4th at 7:43 p.m., the dining room door is open and closed. On October
This is, and just for the record, this is slide 15.
On October 4th, 7:46 p.m., the dining room is open and closed.
Slide 16.
October 4th at 7:59 p.m., the door is left open,
Which door?
the front door.
Slide 17.
On October 4th at 8:41 p.m., the front door is closed.
Yeah, and that was after having been left open on the previous slide.
Correct.
Slide 18.
On October 4th at 9:41 p.m., the front door is opened.
Slide 19.
On October 4th at 10:11 p.m., the front door is closed.
Slide 20.
On October 4th at 10:11 p.m., the front door is open.
Slide 21.
On October 4th at 10:22 p.m., the front door is still open. And then the dining room door is open and closed.
Your Honor, I will note for the court, at this time, we've introduced this exhibit only on a disc. I do intend to print a paper version of this presentation and add it into evidence at a convenient time so that the jury will have it during deliberations, so that they don't have only the disc to be able to look at it.
Any objection to that?
Your Honor, I would object when the time comes. Let's just get to that point first. And I'll state all those reasons why later.
You may proceed.
All right, this is slide 21. I don't remember whether you addressed this one or not yet. Can you tell us again what this?
Yes, on October 4th at 10:22 p.m., the front door is still open and the dining room door was open and closed.
Slide 22.
At October 4th at 10:36 p.m., the front door is still open and the dining room is open and closed.
One moment, please, Your Honor. I'd like to approach with what's been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 86. On page 5 of this exhibit, there's a text message that has been identified in prior testimony as being from Daniel Youngkin to the defendant, sent at 10:38 p.m. on October 4th. Can you read what that message says?
It says Paul showed up and is going to bed.
So would this opening of the dining room door seem to correlate with that message?
Yes, sir.
Slide 23.
On October 4th at 11:13 p.m., the front door is still open and the dining room is open and closed.
Slide 24.
On October 4th at 11:58 p.m., the front door is closed.
Slide 25.
On October 5th of 2022 at 1 o'clock in the morning, the living room door is opened.
No. Let me go back to the last slide, slide 24. What's the time on slide 24 and what door is active here?
The front door is closed at 11:58 p.m.
All right. So between 11:58 p.m. when the front door closes and the next slide, 1:02 a.m. on the 5th when the living room door opens, was there any other door activity in the house?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Now let me ask you about this living room door here. Did you look through the records to see how frequently this door is used?
Yes.
And what can you tell us about that?
There's September 28th to October 5th. This door was, I take that back. Up to the point of when we arrived on scene, the living room door was opened only 8 times.
Okay. Had it been open any other time that you know of on October 4th?
Not that I'm aware of.
Slide 26.
On October 5th at 1:03 a.m., the living room door is closed.
Slide 27.
On October 5th at 1:07 a.m., the dining room door is open and closed.
Slide 28.
October 5th at 1:10 a.m., the dining room door is open and closed.
Slide 29.
On October 5th at 1:26 a.m., the dining room door is open and closed.
Slide 30.
On October 5th at 1:39 a.m., the dining room is open and closed.
Slide 31.
On October 5th, 2 o'clock at 2:01 in the morning, the dining room door is open and closed.
Slide 32.
On October 5th at 2:04 in the morning, the dining room door is opened.
Slide 33.
On October 5th at 2:36 in the morning, the dining room door is closed.
Slide 34.
On October 5th At 5 o'clock, 5:44 in the morning, the dining room door is open and closed.
Slide 35.
On October 5th, at 5:47 in the morning, the dining room door is closed, open and closed.
Slide 36.
On October 5th at 9:22 a.m., the front door is opened.
And is that the entry you were talking about earlier?
Yes, sir.
The 9:22 opening of the door that would have been several minutes into the defendant's phone call to Daniel Youngkin?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, we've been going through this thing pretty quickly, but that door had been closed for many hours at this point, right?
Correct.
37.
On October 5th at 9:30 in the morning, the dining room door is open and closed, and the front door is still open.
So whoever opened that door at 9:22 left it hanging open.
Correct.
Slide 38.
On October 5th at 9:33 in the morning, the dining room door is open and closed, and the front door is still open.
Slide 39.
On October 5th at 9:36 in the morning, the dining room door is open and closed, and the front door is still open.
And slide 40.
On October 5th at 9:39 in the morning, the dining room is open and closed, and the front door is still open.
And it's sometime not too long after that that the police show up.
Yes, sir.
Now, on October 6th, day 2, were you involved in some follow-up investigation pertaining to Daniel Youngkin?
Yes, sir.
And again, you were paired up with him.
Special Agent Solomon.
Did you all go out to Danny's place of work?
That is correct.
Can you tell us what that place was?
It was Eclipse Warehouse. That's where he worked out over at the Parkway.
All right, Newport Wentworth.
Correct.
Did you all interview Dave Mullins?
That is correct.
And did you all get timesheets for the defendant, Paul, and Danny?
Correct.
Did you all ask them to provide you with surveillance footage?
That is correct.
And what were y'all looking for in that surveillance footage?
And then
What were y'all wanting to see?
in the initial interview with Danny, he described how he reacted when he received the phone call from LEILANI, which he was at work when he received the phone call. So acquiring the surveillance footage would just corroborate how he acted and when he left work and when he arrived on scene.
And have you seen that footage?
No, sir.
Oh, you actually haven't seen it?
No, sir.
Who got it or who received it from?
It would be Special Agent Solomon later on. He did not present it to us while we were both on scene.
Okay. Now, you were the point person for tracing the trash, I guess.
Correct.
Can you tell us about how you came to be assigned to do that?
So initially, after we did the interview with Danny's boss, we all collaborated at the FBI headquarters, and basically everyone had assignments that day, and we brought back the knowledge that we had, and then we sat down at the table, and it was when Brad disclosed when LEILANI visited her friend at Azalea that she never visited LEILANI. So it drew up a red flag of why exactly did she go to Azalea Park if her alibi was speaking with Misty. And so that's why we focused the next morning on the Azalea trailer park.
So at the time of this meeting, Special Agent Snyder had already interviewed Misty.
Correct.
Okay. Did y'all have at that point, were you aware of video footage from Azalea as well at that point?
The video footage was recovered the next morning on October 7th.
Okay. So is the interview of Misty alone made the dumpsters of interest to y'all?
Correct.
And did you then begin an effort to figure out where the trash in those dumpsters had gone?
Yes, sir.
And about what date are we at here where you started this project? And if you need to refer to your report, because I'd like to get dates right here.
That would be October 7th.
Okay, so it'd be day 3 of the investigation.
Yes, sir.
All right. Had those dumpsters been emptied by that point?
Yes, sir.
Between like the morning of October 5th and October 7th when you're beginning this project?
Yes, those dumpsters were picked up the morning of October 5th.
Okay. Sometime after daybreak, I guess.
The dumpster, when they went to Azalea Mobile Park, he picked up those dumpers at 9:36 in the morning at Azalea Mobile.
Okay, so everything that was in there from say 1:15 a.m. on the 5th on would have been gone at the time that these dumpsters became of interest to you.
Correct.
Okay. So what was your first step in tracing the trash?
I got a hold of the manager of Azalea, Robin, and basically just asked her over phone, like, who takes your trash, and she provided a company, Waste Pro.
All right. And what'd you do with that information? Where'd you get it from there?
I called Waste Pro, just the generic line, said, hey, I need to talk to someone. I'm conducting an investigation about a missing child. I was linked up with Joe Matz.
Who is Joe Matz?
Joe Matz, he runs Waste Pro at Hardyville, South Carolina. He runs the company, like a manager.
And was Mr. Matz helpful to you?
Yes, he was.
Was he able to tell you whether his company had in fact had a truck empty those dumpsters on the morning of October 5th?
Yes, sir.
Was he able to tell you exactly which truck?
Yes, sir.
And was he able to tell you where that truck went?
Yes, sir.
And was he able to provide you with some documentation of all these things?
Yes.
Can you describe the documentation that he was able to give to you? He'll come in and testify about it in more detail, but can you describe what he was able to give to you?
Yeah, so the driver in the mornings, he picks up his, we'll say, route, and it's like a dispatch log. It's printed off. He receives it. The driver would just mark which one is still active companies, and he would follow that route. And it was just proven which place he stopped at during that day.
And did that dispatch log or whatever it's called show that this particular truck had in stock, in fact, serviced Azalea that day, October 5th?
Yes.
Okay. What was he able to tell you in terms of where that truck had then gone with the trash to dump it?
He went to a waste management landfill off Little Neck Road.
So once you had that information from Mr. Matz, what did you do with that?
I contacted Denard Johnson, who's basically the showrunner out there. He runs the landfill. I asked him if he would stop unloading the garbage he was receiving.
Did you go talk to him in person?
Yes.
And did you ask him whether he could tell you the general area where the truck that you were concerned with would have dumped its trash on the morning of October 5th?
Yes.
And was he able to give you that information?
Yes, he went out there and pointed it out to us.
Okay. Can you describe, just in general terms, the size and type of area that he was pointing out to you?
I mean, it's a massive hill. I'd say, 100-yard incline, just straight up, not safe to walk on. That's pretty much.
Did you then ask Mr. Johnson to stop routing trash to that particular area?
I did.
And was he cooperative with that?
Yes.
Did they reroute their operations to a different area of the landfill from that point in time?
Yes, sir.
What day was it that you were out there asking them to hit the brakes with dumping trash in that particular area?
It'd be October 7th.
That was October 7th that you met with them?
Correct.
And had garbage trucks been dumping trash in that area between October 5th and October 7th when you asked them to stop doing that?
Yes.
All right, so like a couple days worth of trash then on top of Quentin.
Correct.
From there, were you involved in the coordination of what's been referred to as the landfill search, the effort to search this area that Denard Johnson pointed out to you and find Quentin in all that trash?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you remember about that, the coordination and different agencies involved and so forth?
So the FBI was familiar. They've done a couple landfill searches as well, and we got a hold of Team Adam, who specialized in recovering bodies in the landfill. Of Team Adam that we know of, it was named after Adam Walsh, who was a 6-year-old child that was abducted from a Sears department store and murdered. And from there, I don't know exactly when they found the child, but they weren't able to find the killer till 20 years later when he confessed on his death.
Your Honor, relevance to this investigation.
So in any case, Team Adam is named after Adam Walsh.
Correct.
One of the original high-profile missing children.
Correct.
Okay. Did consultants from Team Adam come down and visit the landfill?
Yes, sir.
And did they advise on the proper conduct of the landfill search?
Yes, they did.
Was an FBI agent named Brian Austin involved in this as well?
Correct.
Y'all were all working together?
Yeah, it was a group effort.
One moment, please. see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 61?
I do.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is it?
It is a search warrant for the search of the landfill. It would be Waste Management Superior Landfill at 3001 Little Neck Road, Savannah, Georgia.
And when did you obtain that search warrant?
The search warrant was signed on the 14th day of October.
Your Honor, I would introduce that as State's Exhibit 61.
Give me 1 second, Judge. I don't think I did. No objection. Judge.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge. Detective Nobles, let's start with the ADT stuff, okay? And you said that the cameras weren't working.
To my knowledge, no, they weren't working.
Did you seek to download them?
When I talked with ADT, they were unable to recover any footage when the search warrant was executed.
Okay. When was the search warrant executed?
It was executed on the 17th of October.
So almost 2 weeks later, correct?
Correct.
But if you go through the records, and I was looking through it, it says that there was video footage, correct?
Are you referring to the search warrant, sir?
Yeah. I mean, I'm actually referring to the records themselves. I mean, it says monitor device driveway camera remote access test passed October 5th, 7:55.
That's correct.
So are you saying that there was footage, but it's corrupted, or you just weren't able to get the footage, or you didn't get the footage?
To my knowledge, it was a test that there was the system itself could connect to the front camera, but there was no video footage for ADT to obtain.
Okay. And there were several different sensor tests saying that there was camera footage and that the test was passed, but you're saying that you weren't able to recover any of the camera footage.
Correct.
Okay. So let's go ahead and look at this, and I'm just trying to summarize it. So according from what I can tell, it looks like that the front door opened, and I may have got the times wrong because it all kind of ran together when you were talking about it. But it looks like the front door opened on October 4th at 7:59, closed 8:41, opened 8:41, or maybe that's not, it's 21:41. I'm horrible with military time. What is that?
What time frame did you just say again?
Starting on October 4th, around 2100 on your records.
Okay. 21:41. That's 8:41 p.m.
That's 8:41?
That is correct.
Okay, so 8:41 p.m. then. And it says that the front door was opened at, I guess, 22:11. Is that correct?
That'd be 10:11 p.m.
So at 10:11, it's opened. Then you go on up and it says dining room, open, closed, dining room, open, closed, dining room, open, closed, correct?
Correct.
And then it says October 4th at 23:55. 23:55 is what time?
11:55 p.m. It's right before midnight.
All right. Video device driveway camera remote access test passed. And then right above that, living room door opened. And it says right above that, it says front door closed at 11:58, correct?
Correct.
And my understanding is, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you say that the front door wasn't opened again until 9:22 the next morning.
That's what the records indicate.
And so, but there were many different doors that opened and closed that night, correct?
Correct. In between that time frame? Yes,
Right.
sir.
And they're all living room and dining room back doors, correct?
Correct.
What is a modem ping?
The modem ping 10.4, 22, 1033, or just in general, just the
Just in
message?
general, what is it?
To my knowledge, the modem ping was just a testing of the actual access to the system itself, like that it was able to access the sensors. It's just a self check. So if that modem ping did not detect the sensors, then it would read something different, like unsuccessful.
Okay. And let's go on up on further into the morning of October 5th. Video device front porch cam at 2:07. No remote access. 2:19, dining room door left open. 2:19, sensor left open, rule event triggered a monitor notification. I assume that means some sort of notification.
Yes, so you can see we're going to go sensor left open, 219, the bottom one. You see where it says Joe Swan 2 at Yahoo?
Mhm.
So that is when he's accessing it with his phone. That's
Okay.
what I believe that indicates.
All right. So at 2:19, a notification was sent, correct?
Yes, that's what the records would show.
And it says dining room door, sensor left open. Restoral? I don't know. What does that mean? Did you ever ask what that meant?
No, I did not ask what the restoral part meant.
Okay. And then again, there's just more opening and closing, correct?
Correct.
So you did attempt to get some video camera footage, but you weren't able to.
Yes, because I had the same question you had when I received these records. It was pinging, it was accessing a camera. And so I did reach out to Stacy as well and said, what does that mean? And she's saying, basically, it's just saying it has a successful test, but it's not. They didn't have any footage they could provide me.
So, and just again, it's showing successful testing, it's showing it's there, it's showing the equipment's working, but there's no successful or no camera footage, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so it shows that there's at least some faults in the system, correct?
I wouldn't say fault, no.
Well, if something says that it's working and then you can't get it, what would you call it then?
Well, people every day, they have rig footage and they're not subscribed and they can't access that video footage. So it's not at fault. There's no access to the video footage.
Are you saying that's what happened here?
No, I just use that as an example that the system's not at fault. The company just could not provide me video footage.
Okay. Well, did you ever check and see whether or not they had actually subscribed for the video footage?
No.
You just took the records for what they were worth, correct?
Correct.
Didn't do any further investigation into that.
I talked with Stacy Wise, who was employed with ADT and certified to provide me these business records. That's who I.
You can say no, that's fine. I mean, so you didn't check to see if there was any defective equipment or any camera footage or whether they were not subscribed. It's okay.
At this point, I think the question is asked and answered, and I would lodge an objection on that basis.
I don't think it's been answered, Judge.
I'm going to allow him to ask the question. He does have him on cross-examination.
So my question is, you didn't do any further inquiry on the issue of the camera footage.
Correct.
That was it. Okay. Now, with regards to the trash, did you, when you identified the trash truck, did you identify the route that the trash truck took?
Correct.
Okay. And what exactly was the route that the trash truck took on its normal daily route on that particular day?
I would have to, I don't have the route memorized on my, but the driver himself provided notes of the route, and then the documents provided of the route itself as well.
All right. Well, and did the route include up and down Ageechee Road?
Yes.
Did it include up and down Buckhalter Road?
Buckhalter?
Buckhalter.
I would have to look at the route.
How about up and down Girard?
Again, I would have to, the route, I would have to look at the route.
Okay. So you don't have any knowledge of that to the best of your knowledge?
There's documents provided of the route the truck took.
Right. You just don't remember, that's all.
Correct.
Okay. That's all the questions I got, Judge.
Just a couple questions on this video thing. Your search warrant, let me see your search warrant. You talked specifically with Stacy and Weiss about these camera ping entries in the records and whether that might mean that there's video footage available.
Yes.
And she told you, we don't have any video to give you.
No.
Based on her level of cooperation, do you think if they had video? she would have found it
calls for
videotaped?
speculation.
I don't think it does. I think he can testify from his personal knowledge to this question.
Let me hear the question.
How many times did you talk to her?
I just talked to her revolving the ping, revolving the records and what I didn't understand. I just talked to her one time.
And she told you they didn't have any footage for that address.
Correct.
Is there any reason to believe that that's not true?
No.
You talked to Joe Swain. You can sit down. You talked to Joe Swain at headquarters on the 5th, right?
Correct.
Was he cooperative?
Yes.
He was showing you all this door sensor stuff on his phone, right?
So initially, when I interviewed Joe, he just spoke about LEILANI and something wasn't right.
Objection,
So-
Your Honor.
Sustain.
Joe provided snapshots of what he had on his phone to me via cell phone. He sent them via text and looked up the system himself.
In the way of door sensor records.
Correct.
Based on his level of cooperation, do you think if he had video footage, he would give it to you?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Sustain.
And are you aware of the defendant saying to investigators during this investigation, oh, the cameras weren't working that night because they only work when the alarm system is armed? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions, right?
I don't have any further questions.
No, thank you. You're released.
Thank you.
May Detective Noble be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, Detective Noble, you are excused. know that the state anticipates calling one more witness. Okay. And so, ladies and gentlemen, let's plow through if you are able. Do we need a comfort break? That's fine. So we're going to take a comfort break. So let's call it 10 minutes, and then we're going to come back and let the rest of the story unfold. No discussions, no research this time. Tim. Thank you. All right, ladies and ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. I promise I wasn't laughing at you. That's like something I would do.
No, we just have our favorite too.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, you're back, and I am sure you followed the court's instructions. Okay, all right, Mr. Dean, you may call the next witness.
Taylor Burns.
The evidence you shall be the court and jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Judge. How you doing?
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Sure. My name is Taylor Burns. I'm a special agent with the FBI here in Savannah, Georgia.
Where are you from originally?
I'm from South Carolina originally.
And can you tell us a little bit about your education before joining the FBI?
Sure. Prior to joining the FBI, I obtained a bachelor's degree at the University of South Carolina in information technology.
And when did you graduate from South Carolina?
I believe it was December of 2013.
Did you go right into the FBI?
I did not. While in school and then for a few years out of school, I worked in the athletic department doing computer work for the department for about 2 years prior to joining the FBI.
And can you briefly describe the process for you of joining the FBI and becoming a special agent?
Yeah, absolutely. So I applied to the posting on the FBI website and then got a call back at some point a few months after to do the first phase of testing for the FBI. Once I completed the first phase, I then was asked to do the second phase of testing, as well as a fit test, an interview, a polygraph, a background check. And then once I got through all of that, I did 6 months of training at Quantico, which was primarily law enforcement training, legal training, tactical training, defensive tactics, really the skills I would need to do the job as an FBI agent. And then once I was in Quantico, I then was assigned to the Atlanta office.
Did you ever work in Atlanta itself?
I did. So I worked in Atlanta from 2016 until 2022.
And then what happened in 2022?
In 2022, I transferred from the Atlanta office down here to the Savannah office.
Is that a transfer that you asked for or wanted, or just something they told you you were going to do?
No, that was a transfer that I wanted just to get closer back to home.
Okay. Now, does the FBI have authority to get involved in the investigation of reported kidnappings or child abductions?
Yes, we do.
And under that authority, did the Savannah FBI office become involved in the disappearance of Quentin Simon?
Yes, we did.
Now, I'd like to draw your attention to the morning of October, well, maybe it wasn't the morning for you, but October 5, 2022, okay?
Okay.
Did you become involved as early as October 5, 2022?
I did.
Tell us where you were and what you were doing when you first became involved in this case.
Sure. On the morning of October 5th of 2022, I was in the office working, as usual. Sometime mid-morning, one of our other agents, Brad Snyder, who I believe you'll hear from at some point, walked over to my desk and said that there was a missing child out of Chatham County. He didn't really have a lot of information at that point, and our assistance wasn't needed at that point. Later, about noon, I believe, maybe a little bit later, I got a call from Brad again and said that he was going to the Chatham County Police Department Annex to assist and asked that I join him over there.
And did you do that?
I did.
Did you go with anyone else?
So myself and Brad were over there, and then another agent, Savannah Solomon, met us over there as well.
What was going on when you got there?
When I got there, a few of the residents from 535 Buckhalter were at the annex, and they were planning to do interviews at that annex.
This term annex you used, is that synonymous with Chatham County Police Headquarters?
Yes.
Okay. These three residents, were they the defendant, LEILANI Simon, her brother Paul Simon, and Daniel Youngkin?
Yes, they were.
Did you get paired up with a Chatham County detective to interview one of these people?
Yes, I did.
Who were you paired up with?
Detective Sean Wilkins.
And who all did you interview? Did the two of you interview?
So myself and Wilkins interviewed Paul Simon.
Where did this interview take place?
It was in one of the conference rooms at Chatham County PD headquarters.
And what was the general nature of the questioning, Paul? What were y'all looking to get out of him?
We were looking for just information about his whereabouts during the time or around the time that Quentin's disappearance, as well as the kind of the day prior, the day of, and just trying to figure out where he was, what he was doing, those sorts of things.
About how long did this interview last?
It was about 30 minutes or so.
Did he answer all the questions that you asked of him?
Yes, he did.
Were there any questions that he refused to answer or anything like that?
No, there weren't.
What can you tell us about his demeanor, body language, and just general affect during your interview with him?
Paul was very calm, relaxed. He seemed very honest. He was honestly kind of goofy in the interview. There were times that we were laughing, but overall, that was kind of his affect.
Is that just kind of the way Paul is?
It seems so, yes.
Were there any areas of questioning that caused any of that to change or make him nervous or anything like that?
No.
At some point in the interview, was he asked for consent to go through his cell phone?
He was asked for the passcode to his cell phone, and he provided the passcode.
And was that the only one of these three individuals that you were personally involved in interviewing that day?
In interviewing, yes.
Okay. At any point that day, did you yourself go to 535 Buckhalter Road and visit the residents?
Yes, I did.
At what point in the day was that?
So following the interview of Paul, I don't know exact time, but eventually myself and Savannah Solomon went over to the residence at 535 Buckhalter.
Is it fair to say that the bulk of your involvement in this case was analyzing some of the electronic digital evidence?
Yes, I was involved with the cell phones and just trying to figure out what was going on with those devices at the time.
Now, were you aware on October 5th that all three of these people's cell phones had been extracted via Cellbrite by Sergeant Coleman?
Yes, I was.
And were you aware that later, a couple of days later on October 7th, Deshaun Williams of the Savannah Police Department conducted a gray key extraction on the defendant's cell phone?
Yes, I was aware of that.
And were all of those cell phone extractions provided to you?
Yes, they were.
And did you look at them and go through them and do some work with them?
Yes, I did.
One of the things I'd like to ask you about is GPS.
I'm not saying much, you guys, because I'm really trying to get through this tonight, especially with the witnesses that we have. And I don't want to make it last forever. It's already 10:30, so I'm trying to roll through it.
Sure.
Just generally, like a very simple level, what is GPS mapping?
It's just a mapping of points by satellites to identify, a location for a cell phone, for instance, the location of a cell phone.
Using GPS data, were you involved in determining where the phones of some of these people were on the night of October 4th and the morning of October 5th, and whether those phones made any significant movements during that time frame?
Yes, I was.
Whose phones specifically were you able to do this for?
I was involved in looking for that information from Paul Simon's phone, Daniel Youngkin's phone, as well as the defendant, LEILANI Simon.
Were you able to do some GPS mapping pertaining to the location and movements of Daniel Youngkin's phone?
Yes, I was.
And what data allowed you to tell where his phone was on the night of October 4th and morning of October 5th, and whether it made any significant movements during that time frame? What's the type of data that you were looking at as it pertains to Danny?
For Danny's phone, it was Life 360 GPS data.
All right. And how did that data get to you?
It was obtained via search warrant to Life 360 by the Chatham County Police Department and then shared with me.
What form does that data come in? What are you actually looking at when you look at records produced by Life 360 or data produced by Life 360?
The records I obtained were spreadsheets that contained latitude, longitude, and then like accuracy measurements. So that's what I received.
And what did you do with the Life 360 data pertaining to Daniel Youngkin's phone?
So I used a tool that's available to law enforcement to map out those GPS coordinates that were in the Life 360 data on a map so that I could see where exactly those points were on the map.
Okay. Now, for the defendant's phone, did you also have Life 360 data that you were able to do the same thing with?
Yes, I did.
Did you have any additional sources of location data beyond the data produced by Life 360 for the defendant's phone?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us what that was?
Yeah, so on the defendant's great key extraction, I obtained GPS data direct from the device itself, which contained location information.
What is the difference between that GPS data directly from the device itself and the data that you got from Life 360?
So the data from Life 360 was information obtained from the application on the cell phone, whereas the data from the phone was direct from the device.
Okay. Now, what did you do with the defendant's Life 360 location data and what I'll call the device GPS data that allowed you to tell where her phone was, whether it had made any movements during the time frame we're talking about?
I utilized the same law enforcement tool to map out both the Life 360 data as well as the device GPS data on a map so that I could see where exactly it was.
Now, as for Paul's phone, did Paul have Life 360?
He did not.
Okay, so is it accurate then to say that no Life 360 data was obtained as it relates to Paul?
That's correct.
Did he have handset, like device GPS, like you talked about for the defendant's phone?
No relevant GPS data from his device was located.
Okay, so did you do any GPS mapping for Paul's phone?
I did not.
Okay, and that's just because
I didn't have it.
Okay. Let me ask you just a couple of overview questions, looking for kind of a crisp summary before we get into the details of what the results of this were. Okay. For Daniel Youngkin's phone, during the period of, say, 10 p.m. on October 4th and 10 a.m. on October 5th, what did you determine about where his phone was and whether it made any significant movements?
Sure. So for Danny's phone, on the night of October 4th, from about 10 p.m. until about 5:45 a.m. on October 5th, according to the Life 360 GPS data that we received or we obtained, his phone was at the 535 Buckalter residence during that period of time. At about 5:45, the phone is then observed moving from the residence to Danny Youngkin's workplace, arriving at about 6:15 in the morning, I believe, and then it remained there until about 9:20 or 9:30 that morning, and then it was observed coming back to the residence. I don't remember arriving at exactly what time.
Is it fair to say, we're going to get into more details, is it fair to say that the times that you just gave are kind of approximate?
Yes, they are approximate.
Okay. For the defendant's phone during that same period, say 10 p.m. on October 4th and 10 a.m. on October 5th, what were you able to determine about where that phone was and whether it made any significant movements?
So for the defendant's phone on the night of October 4th, at about 10:30, again, approximate, the phone leaves the residence, drives up to a Circle K gas station at the corner of Ogeechee Road and Chatham Parkway. It remains at the Circle K gas station for a few minutes. It is then observed driving down Highway 17 up to Highway 204 in the area near Arkwright Lane. The phone is there for approximately 10 minutes or so, and then the phone is then observed driving or coming back to the Buckalter Road residence. I believe it got back about 11:30 or so.
Now, after that trip, did the phone make any other movements that night?
It did. So after the trip to Circle K and Arkwright Road and back home, the phone remained at the house until approximately 1:14 a.m. At approximately 1:14 a.m. on October 5th, the phone is observed driving down Buckalter Road and then is observed in Azalea Mobile Home Park and then drives or is shown back at the house. And that trip was approximately 15, 20 minutes or so, I believe.
Were you able to observe any period of time during that trip where the phone was more or less stationary at Azalea?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
According to the records, the phone appeared to be stationary for a few minutes at Azalea.
Now, why was it? We've talked about how a self-right extraction was done on each of the three phones, but we've heard testimony now that the great key extraction was only done on one, the defendant's phone. First of all, did all three of these people have the same type of phone?
They did not.
Can you tell us what types of phones they had?
Sure. For the defendant, she had an iPhone, and then for Danny Simon and Paul Simon, they had two Android phones, different types of Android phones. I don't have the exact types.
Is there any particular reason that the great key extraction was only done on the defendant's phone?
Great Key, primarily at the time, I believe, was supported iPhones much more than Android, which is why I believe it went over there to get a more thorough extraction.
Does the iPhone tend to give you more data than some of these other phones?
A full file system extraction of an iPhone, so like what was obtained with Gray Key, did contain more data than the extractions by Celebrite on the Android phones.
Now, you mentioned that 10:30-ish trip that the defendant's phone made included a period in which the phone was at a Circle K, stopped there for a few minutes.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you follow up on that?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Is the reason that you followed up on it because you had seen this GPS data showing the phone there?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you tell me about the follow-up?
Yeah, so myself and a task force officer with the FBI visited the Circle K and spoke to a manager there in an attempt to obtain video footage, video surveillance of the location during the time frame that the GPS data was showing the phone there. And so we followed up and obtained that footage.
Can you describe the process of getting that footage?
Sure. So we met with the manager. She pulled up the footage for the time frame we asked on the monitors, and we downloaded a copy of that footage to a flash drive, I believe, and transported it back to our office.
Did that system appear to be functioning properly as far as you can tell?
As far as I could tell, yes.
And what does it show in terms of, well, let me ask you this. Did you review that footage to see what you could see during the time period that the defendant's phone GPS was saying she was there?
Yes, I did.
And what did you see?
I observed the defendant driving a vehicle into the parking lot of the Circle K, getting out of her vehicle, walking into the Circle K, going to one of the coolers, obtaining, I believe it was 2 drinks from the cooler, going to the counter, and then departing the counter back to her vehicle and then leaving the Circle K parking lot.
Do you see in front of you an exhibit marked as State's Exhibit 62?
62, yes.
Do you know what that is?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it is?
Yes, this is a flash drive that contains a copy of the video footage we obtained from the Circle K.
Your Honor, I would introduce State 62 as evidence.
No objection.
All right. Now, you talked about getting these phone extractions and going through them yourself.
Yes, that's correct.
And before we get to the details of what else you might have gotten from the phone extractions other than the GPS study you talked about, let me ask you this. As to the GPS plotting that you've described, were you able to produce anything that shows these movements that you're talking about in a visual form that people can look at?
Yes, I was.
All right. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, so like I said, I utilized a law enforcement tool to basically import the GPS data from both Life360 and the defendant's device into the tool, which then mapped out the points on a map. And then you can create essentially a time lapse showing over a time period where those GPS points are then plotted on the map.
Is it essentially a video showing dots moving on a map?
That's correct.
In the manner that you described.
That's correct.
Now, other than the GPS data, did you review these cell phone extractions for anything else?
Yes, I did.
What kind of data were you looking for the period of October 4th, October 5th?
We were looking for anything that could lead us to the possible whereabouts of Quentin, anything that would lead us to a location where we could possibly find him. So things like text messages, phone calls, those sorts of things around the time of his disappearance.
Did you pull all of the text messages between the defendant and Daniel Youngkin during the relevant time frame?
Yes, I did.
Did you pull all of the text messages between the defendant and Paul Simon during the relevant time frame?
Yes, I did.
Did you pull all of the text messages between Paul Simon and Daniel Youngkin during the relevant time frame?
Yes, I did.
And did you pull all the text messages between Daniel Youngkin and Michelle McCarta during the relevant time frame?
Yes, I did.
Were you also able to see, at least for the defendant's phone, device data such as when the phone was locked and unlocked, like on the lock screen, when the flashlight was turned on and off, when the camera was turned on and off, and things like that?
Yes, I was.
Do these items contain timestamps showing when the phone was being used to make calls, send and receive text messages, and so forth?
They did contain timestamps.
Now, we've talked about a number of different categories of things. Your GPS screen capture time-lapse videos, the Circle K video, in text messages and call logs and things like that that you were able to find on phones. Have you prepared a presentation that basically puts all that together in chronological order?
Yes.
And this presentation is essentially the story of that night from the perspective of the phones.
Correct.
Do you believe that this presentation will aid the jury in their understanding of your testimony?
Yes, I do.
Do you see in front of you a disc in a printout marked as State's Exhibits 63A and 63B?
Yes, I do.
Remind me, which one is A and which one is B?
63A is a disc that contains the digital copy of the presentation, and then 63B is a physical printed out copy.
Are these the presentation? This is the presentation that you prepared?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State's Exhibits 63A and B. Give me 1 second.
Judge, no objection, except when it comes time, later on, we will deal with the continuing witness issue, okay?
Very well. Okay.
All right. What is, perhaps it's obvious, but what is the first slide here?
Just the date, sorry, Tuesday, October 4th, 2022.
And that's where we're going to pick up.
That's correct.
On slide 2, what are we looking at here? If you could first just kind of read from the top of the slide and then describe to us what we're seeing.
Sure. So the top of the slide reads 10:02 a.m. to 10:10 a.m. Daniel Youngkin phone text message exchange with the defendant.
Where it says Daniel Youngkin phone there, does that mean that that is the device that is the source of what we're seeing here on the slide?
That's correct.
Okay. And given that, now what is the content of the slide? What are we seeing here?
So the content of the slide is text messages exchange between the defendant, whose phone number is 912-547-5275, who has a contact name Lonnie Baby, to Daniel Youngkin's phone number 910-729-1458.
And what time was this message sent?
It was sent at October 4th, 2022 at 10:02:49 a.m. UTC -4, so Eastern time.
Okay, so UTC -4 is equivalent to Eastern Standard Time, at least at this time of year.
That's correct.
Okay. And what is she sending in there?
She sends what appears to be 2 selfies, pictures of herself. Sorry.
That's fine. Moving on to slide 3, what are these 2 images?
Those are the 2 images that she sent to Danny.
Slide 4, what are we seeing here?
Slide 4, it's still a continuation of the same text message exchange. There's a response from Danny. It reads, geez. And then a second response, they done? Question, I'm in the bathroom.
Okay, so both of those are from Danny to the defendant.
That's correct.
And slide 5?
Slide 5 is still part of the same text message exchange. Danny sends your eyes, though, with some greater than symbols. And then there's a response from the defendant that reads, yes, I'm done.
And what time was that message at the bottom there, sir?
Again, October 4th, 2022 at 10:03 a.m. Eastern time.
Now, this next slide, can you read to us the heading at the top?
Yes, it is 10:15 a.m. to 10:35 a.m. Paul Simon phone text message exchange with Daniel Youngkin.
On this slide here, given that this is from Paul Simon's phone, which one of these bubbles is going to be Paul?
The green bubble will be Paul.
And which one is going to be Danny?
The blue bubble will be Danny.
Can you read to us this exchange, noting the time that each of these messages were sent, who it's to and from, all that?
Sure. So Danny sends a text message to Paul that reads, yo, Dave wanted to know if you'd go in at 12. I'm at dentist with LEILANI. She just got her tooth pulled. That message was sent at on October 4th, 2022 at 10:40 a.m. Eastern time. Paul then responds to Danny. This reads, yeah, I'll be in. And that was at 10:51 a.m. Eastern time on the same day.
Moving on to slide 7, can you read the heading into the record here?
Yes, the heading on the slide reads 2:32 p.m. to 2:34 p.m. Daniel Youngkin phone text message exchange with Michelle Marda.
And can you walk us through the contents in the same manner as you did with the last slide? This one's a little harder to make out.
Yes.
For those of us looking at the screen.
So Danny from his phone sent a text message to Michelle Marda that read, just got home. LEILANI just got her top left wisdom tooth removed. I'm going to try to clean for a few while she naps. She's still loopy from mess. Is 4:30 still okay? Danny then follows up with a message that reads meds ***. And then Michelle responds to Danny saying, okay, 4:30.
You have some experience going through cell phone extractions and kind of deciphering what messages seem to mean.
I do.
What does that meds message appear to you to be?
It appears to be a correction for a misspelling on the first message.
Moving on to slide 8, what's the heading on this slide?
The heading reads 9:46 p.m. to 10:03 p.m. Paul Simon phone text message exchange with defendant.
And can you walk us through the contents of this slide?
Sure. So there's on the left side, there's a text message from the defendant that reads, can you grab a GAR on your way home, please? And then a second message that has a question mark. Those messages were about 5 minutes apart. And then there's a response from Paul that reads, I got some mini at 9:59:49 p.m.
I'm going to move on to slide 9 now.
Okay.
What's slide 9?
This is additional text messages from the same group of messages or text exchange. The message reads from from the defendant to Paul, okay, you on the way. Paul then responds in a minute, and then the defendant responds, okay.
Now, based on the contents of these messages, does it appear to you that the defendant is home at this time at least?
At this time, yes.
Okay. And that Paul is not?
Based on the text messages, Paul appears to be elsewhere, and she's asking if he's on the way home.
Okay.
So I don't know from the text directly exactly, there's no location indication for the defendant.
Okay. Moving on to slide 10. What is slide 10?
Slide 10 is a screenshot. Here, I'll read the heading, sorry. 10:24 p.m. to 11:10 p.m. The defendant's phone trip to Circle K and Arc Right Lane. What this is a screenshot from the law enforcement program that I previously discussed, that I used to map the GPS coordinates from the defendant's phone and her Life 360 data. And this is actually a video.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask you, because I perceive screenshot as like a still frame, but this is a video.
Correct. Yeah.
Before we press play on this, can you step down and kind of walk the jury through what they're going to see when we play this?
Sure. So on the screen here, you see red dots. It's kind of blown or kind of zoomed out, but this is in the area of 535 Buckalter from the residence. Once we play the video, you'll see these dots start to move, and you'll notice that the dots will move up this way, down. This is Chatham Parkway. Stop here for a moment. This is the corner of Chatham Parkway and Geechee Road. This is where the Circle K that I previously discussed. Then you'll see the dots move down Highway 17, all the way down to 204, go across I-95, and end up about right in here.
Welcome, Miss Barbara. Great to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us.
See the dots come back down 204, back down Highway 17, onto Buckalter Road, and then end up exactly back at where the area of the residence is.
Okay. So this trip is about how long total then?
About 30 minutes.
Okay. And this is all going to be compressed into a video. That's how long? Like a minute or two?
It's a very short video. I'd say a minute or two
Okay.
at most.
Can you, when I play this thing, can you stand up and sort of indicate like when the dots start moving, just to kind of orient people? I'm not asking you to stand in front of the thing and walk them across the whole time.
Sure.
But just with your hand, can you, when they kick off and move down, would it be Gerard?
I believe that was Gerard over to Chatham Parkway.
Can you just sort of let us know when that begins?
Sure. Can you pause it for a second? Sorry.
Sure.
One thing I just wanted to point out, in the video, you may see purple dots. When I imported this information, these coordinates into the tool, I color coordinated the device GPS coordinates as red dots and the Life 360 data as purple dots. So that's why there's two different colored dots on the screen.
Are there going to be more red or more purple?
More red.
Why is that?
There was more GPS points on the device than in the Life 360 data.
Is it fair to say that the device GPS is like more fine grained than the Life 360 GPS, or it hits more frequently or something like that?
There were definitely a lot more records. I can say that for the device.
All right. So I'm going to thank you for pointing that out. I'm going to hit play again.
And as you can see, the dots move. They're here at the corner of Ogeechee and Chatham Parkway. They make their way down Ogeechee, and then you'll see them pop up over across 95. They're there for a minute, and then you'll see them kind of coming back down Ogeechee onto Buckalter, and then back here.
All right. Then that entire trip extended from about 10:24 p.m. to 11:10 p.m.
That's correct.
All right. Moving on to slide 11. This actually is a screenshot, right? The still frame.
It is a still frame, yes.
And what does it show?
It shows the time frame that the defendant's phone GPS is at the Circle K.
And roughly what was that time frame?
10:28 p.m. to 10:32 p.m.
Okay, so like the early stages of that trip.
That's correct.
Slide 12. What is this?
So the slide reads 10:31 p.m. defendant's phone cash app payment. What is shown here is information from the device showing a cash app payment, and the description is Circle K number 01412 for $7.04 from the device at on October 4th, 2022 at 10:31:18 Eastern time.
All right, so that payment, does that correlate with the time period that the GPS is showing her at that establishment?
It does.
Now the next slide, slide 13, what is this?
So again, this is another video, or actually it's a multiple videos in one video that have been stitched together, but this is the surveillance footage from the Circle K gas station.
Okay, and it's been stitched together to show what?
Just the movement, because there were different cameras at the Circle K gas station. So there were interior cameras, exterior cameras. And so there are, videos from the exterior that then go into the interior and then back to the exterior, just to show movement through the Circle K.
Now, unless I had binoculars, I would not be able to see the timestamp on that video from here. Can you tell us what the timestamp says at the bottom there?
Yes, it says October 4th, 2022, 10:27:43 p.m.
Okay. Does that line up with the GPS and the cash app?
That it does.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and play this video now.
Okay.
And actually, before I do that, I guess you've already sort of previewed, right? I asked you more or less what we see at the Circle K.
Yes.
Let me ask you to do this. When I play this thing, and the defendant enters the frame, Can you just sort of narrate to us where she's entering the frame so we know what to look for?
Sure. Yes, sir. No, you're fine.
We've been going for a little while. Everybody just stand up for a second. Let's just mix it up a little bit. Like everybody needs to stand up. Okay. Sometimes we need to work it out. I know I do. Okay. Okay. You haven't been here for long.
I know.
All right. Y'all sit down.
All right. Do you feel limbered and refreshed?
Yes.
All right. Okay. All right. So I'm going to hit play on this slide 13. And again, I would ask you to just talk us through what we're seeing.
Sure. So as you see, a vehicle was approaching and parking in the parking lot of the Circle K gas station.
Whose car is that?
The defendant. The video is still playing. There's just a pause. Sorry, not a pause on the video, but nothing is happening. You'll see here in a second the door will open and someone will get out of the vehicle. So the video is now showing the defendant getting out of her vehicle, closing the door. She walks out of frame of this camera, and then the additional camera angle from inside. She walks in the door, out of frame of that camera. There's an overview camera at the gas station that shows her going and walking over to the cooler doors. She opens the door, and then you'll see she walks over to the counter. You'll see a employee walk up here in a second. She's purchasing some items.
Can you tell what those items are?
So I can tell what appears to be potentially, but I can't say for certain. It looks to me like 2 natural light beers, but it's hard to see from here. All right, she then leaves out of the frame of that camera, shows the camera of the front door again. I don't know what that was, but she walks out and back to the vehicle. This is from the other exterior camera at a different angle. She then gets back in her vehicle. And then you'll see she backs out and then proceeds to depart.
And where is she headed at this point?
Up to Arkwright Lane.
Now, I'll ask just because we're all looking at it.
Sure.
Does this Savannah police officer here have anything to do with this case, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, he's probably just getting some coffee or snacks or something.
Maybe.
Okay.
And as you'll see, the vehicle's now departing from the Circle K.
Moving on to slide 14, what are we looking at here?
Slide 14, the heading says 10:32 p.m. to 10:45 p.m. Defendant's phone text message exchange with Daniel Youngkin. This is still a continuation from the prior text message exchange. There's a text message from the defendant that reads "gonna run to 204," I guess, at 10:32 and 20 seconds on the night of October 4th. There's a response from Daniel Youngkin that reads, "Oh, okay."
So with that Circle K timestamp and GPS and all that shows her at the Circle K like 10:28 to 10:32. Would this 10:32 text message go to run to 204? I guess would that be something that she sent to Daniel Youngkin like right around the time she's leaving Circle K?
That's correct.
And his response is, "Oh, okay."
That's correct.
All right, moving on to slide 15. Is this a continuation of that conversation?
It is.
What's his next message there?
So Daniel Youngkin's next message is "Be safe, I guess, my queen." The defendant responds, "I will be, and I'll be quick, I promise." And then Daniel Youngkin responds, "I hope so."
Moving on to slide 16, is this a continuation of that same exchange?
It is.
And what is that first message there saying?
So it's a message from Daniel Youngkin to the defendant. It says Paul showed up and is going to bed. The message was at 10:38 p.m. And then there's a response from the defendant that just reads "Pal" at 10:40 p.m.
Slide 17.
Slide 17, it's still a continuation from the same text messages. There's a message from the defendant that reads "Okay." Then there's a message from Danny that reads, "He said, son, about telling you he was on the way, then you leaving and him getting threatened to get ran over." There's a response from the defendant that reads, "I'm about to turn onto 204.
You'll be relieved to hear that I've already asked Paul or Danny himself to explain what that message meant. So
Okay.
I figured that.
Thank you.
All right, so 10:41 p.m. I'm about to turn on 204, and that's from the defendant to Danny.
That's correct.
Moving on to slide 18, what does Danny say to that?
Danny responds, "Okay." And then the defendant responds, "No, he said in a little bit."
And does that message appear to be a reference to the thing about Paul?
I believe so based on my reading of the text messages.
Slide 19.
Again, it's a continuation of the same text messages. There's a message from Danny to the defendant. "That's what I said, you said, he said, but he said something about, no, it was, I'm OTW or something." And then there's a follow-up message that reads, again from Danny to the defendant, "Thank you for the bit left, BBY. So sweet, no lie."
And when was that message sent?
10:44 p.m.
All right, so next slide. Slide 20.
Slide 20, still a continuation of the same set of text messages. There's a message from Danny to the defendant. "Just noticed Paul asked if soda was free to drink because of kids only on Hawaiian Punch." There's a response from the defendant that reads, "Yeah, just tell him not to be excessive with it."
And what time was that message sent? Yeah, just tell him not to be excessive with it.
10:45 p.m.
And next slide, slide 21.
Still a continuation of the same messages. It's a message from Danny to the defendant. It reads, "Gotcha." And then a follow-up message that reads, "I love you. PLZ, come back so we can crash together."
Now, what time did Danny send that last message? "I love you. Please come back so we can crash together."
10:45 and 50 seconds.
All right. Now, this next slide is what? Slide 22.
So this next slide is a still shot of the GPS mapping of the locations from the defendant's phone, showing the GPS locations at Arkwright Lane.
All right. About what period of time does her GPS show that she was at Arkwright Lane?
About 10:45 p.m. to 10:55 p.m.
And how would that relate to the timing of that? I'm going to go back to the last slide. How would that time period relate to the timing of that message that Danny sent her? "I love you. Please come back so we can crash together."
It would be about the same time.
10:45 message, 10:45 to 10:55 at Arkwright Lane.
That's correct.
Moving on to slide 23. What is this?
This is another Cash App payment. The slide reads 10:49 p.m. defendant's phone Cash App payment. It shows that there was a Cash App payment from the defendant's phone at 10:49 p.m. on October 4th, 2022. The amount was $80. It was completed, and the source was Cash App.
Now, how far into her 10 minutes or so at Arkwright Lane would that Cash App have been sent?
About 4 or 5 minutes.
Okay. And so does that mean then that your phone is at least still showing her there for another 5 or 6 minutes?
That's correct.
Moving on to slide 24. Can you talk us through this slide and tell us how the timing of these messages relate to the time frame in which the defendant was at Arkwright Lane?
Sure. So the slide reads 10:51 to 11:10 p.m. defendant's phone text message exchange with Daniel Youngkin. This is still a continuation of the prior messages that we've seen. There's a message from Danny to the defendant that reads, "or not."
And about 5 minutes before that, he had texted her, "Please come home so we can crash together."
That's correct.
All right. She did not reply to that message. Did she?
No, she did not.
All right. So then he says, "Or not."
Or not, correct. At 10:51 p.m., the defendant responds about the same time or soon thereafter, "I love you," at 10:51 p.m., and then responds again, "and I'm about to be walking to the car," again at 10:51 p.m.
Okay. And is it the case that her GPS shows her being there for at least a few more minutes after that message?
That's correct.
Slide 25.
Slide 25 reads 10:51 p.m. to 11:10 p.m. defendant's phone text message exchange with Daniel Youngkin. This is still the same text conversation. These are messages from Danny to the defendant. The first message reads "oh" at 10:52 p.m. Second message reads "okay" again at 10:52 p.m. And then the third message, also at 10:52 p.m., reads, "I guess I'm gonna eat this food. Try and stay up for a few."
Did he get responses to any of those?
He did not.
Slide 26.
Slide 26 is a continuation of the same messages. There's a message from Danny to the defendant at 10:56 p.m. that reads, "I know want to be tired or you be tired either day."
And what time was that message sent?
10:56 p.m.
When was that sent in relation to the messages on the previous slide?
It's about 4 minutes after that.
All right. And how does the defendant respond to that?
The defendant responds, "I know, baby," at 10:56 p.m.
Slide 27.
Slide 27, again, a continuation of the same messages. Danny sends a message to the defendant that reads, "And I know you don't feel great. I don't know how you're still up, and I wanted to watch a movie. Sad moment." He then responds again. That was at 10:57 p.m.
Before you move on to the next
Yep.
one, his message at 10:57 where he says, "And I know you don't feel great. I don't know how you're still up, and I wanted to watch a movie. Sad moment." Did he get a response to that?
He did not.
And how long after that is his next message sent?
About 4 minutes.
And what does it say?
Moi.
And how long was it before the defendant responded to that?
It was about 9 minutes.
And what did she say?
She responds back, "Moi."
Now, slide 28, it's a little busy
Sure.
for those of us looking at the screen. Can you tell us what this is and what it tells us?
Yes. So the heading reads 11:01 p.m. to 5:20 a.m. Daniel Youngkin phone, no activity. What this is a table showing timeline activity of Danny's phone. It shows the last two text messages, both the message that he sent to the defendant with moi, and then her response with moi to him. And then the next line is a message from Danny to Michelle McCarta that reads, "Hey, the kids are going to stay here with her today, Miss Michelle." And that was at 5:20 a.m. on October 5th.
Now, the timeline, you mentioned this is from the timeline, I think.
Yes,
And is this something that you can view in the cell phone extraction, this timeline?
that's correct.
Does it include text messages sent and received?
It does.
Does it include phone calls made and received?
It does.
Things like that?
Yes, it does.
What does this mean then about that 11:01 text he sent to the defendant?
About the 11:01 message. Sorry, what was that?
Can you tell whether he did anything else with his phone during this time period that registered on the timeline?
Based on the information on my review of his phone, following the 11:10 message that he received from the defendant until sending the message at 5:20 a.m. to the babysitter, there was no other activity that I observed for the phone.
And that 11:10 message he received from the defendant, that didn't require him to actually do anything, did it?
That's correct. No.
So in terms of what his timeline shows as the things that he himself was doing with his phone, is it fair to say that there's just like a total gap from 11:01 p.m. to 5:20 a.m.?
Yes.
Slide 29.
Slide 29 is a still shot, I guess, of the defendant's phone GPS location utilizing the law enforcement tool showing at 11:10 p.m. Between 11:10 p.m. and 11:15 p.m. The location of the phone, which is at the 535 Buckhalter, or at or around the 530 Buckhalter address.
All right, and this is included just to show that, like, roughly at this point, she's home by
That's correct.
now. Slide 30. What is this here?
Slide 30 reads 11:41 p.m. Paul Simon phone, last activity. It's from what I believe to be a coworker of Paul saying, "What time are you going in tomorrow?" I'm sorry, TMMW. And then him responding 12.
Slide 31.
Slide 31 is a continuation of the same text message exchange with this individual. These messages are from this individual to Paul that read, "Let me know if you want my job, fam." And then the next message reads, "I'm about to quit this shit."
Did Paul respond to those messages?
He did.
Slide 32.
Slide 32 reads 11:41 p.m. Paul Simon phone, last activity. It's a table showing timeline activity for Paul's phone. It shows the text messages that I just described. And then following the last text message at 11:49 p.m., the next item in the timeline is a incoming call at 10:24 a.m. on October 5th, 2022 from Billy, mom, and then an outgoing call to Billy.
And those calls would be like well into the police response to the residents.
That's correct.
Okay. Can we tell from this then when Paul's last activity on his phone was the night of October 4th?
So there appears to be no further activity after 11:49 p.m. on the night of October 4th from Paul's phone.
All right, and that's the time he got that last text message from the coworker that he didn't even respond to.
That's correct.
His last activity that he would have done would have been at what time?
According to this, 11:49 p.m.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about stuff that not text that he received, but it didn't.
Oh, sorry.
The text that he sent.
The last message that he sent would have been at 11:41 p.m.
Slide 33.
Slide 33 reads Wednesday, October 5th, 2022. So transitioning from October 4th, 2022 into October 5th, 2022.
Now, what is this slide here about? 34. What are we looking at here?
Slide 34. The heading reads 1:02 a.m. Defendant's phone camera turned on and off. So what this is information on the phone showing when the camera was turned on and off on the phone. The camera was turned on on October 5th the morning of October 5th at 1:02 a.m. And then turned off a few seconds later, also at 1:02 a.m.
From your review of the phone, were any photographs taken during that time period?
Not that I observed.
Slide 35.
Slide 35, also very similar, reads 1:02 a.m. defendant's phone flashlight turned on and off twice. So the first line of the table shows the flashlight turning on at 1:02 a.m. on October 5th, and then turning off a few seconds or about 10 seconds later, also on October 5th at 1:02 a.m.
You can tell me as well.
Okay, yeah, move up. Next slide, please.
Okay.
Next slide is a continuation of the last slide, and the flashlight turns back on again and then back off.
And how long was it on for that time?
About 9 seconds.
All right, so 1:02 a.m., 2 sessions with the flashlight, I guess, one about 10 seconds and one about 9 seconds long.
Correct.
All right, that's right after the camera is briefly turned on for a second.
That's correct.
Okay. Both of those things are they both accessible from the lock screen of
Yes.
an iPhone?
Yes, they are.
So would that be consistent with someone kind of fumbling around with those two functions on the lock screen?
It could be, yes.
Slide 37, what is this?
Slide 37 reads 1:14 a.m. to 1:26 a.m. LEILANI Simon phone trip to Azalea Mobile Home Plaza. This is a video of the GPS mapping of the defendant's phone from 1:14 a.m. to 1:26 a.m. on October 5th. When you play the video, it'll show the GPS points for the phone moving up Buckhalter Road, up to Azalea Mobile Home Plaza, and then back to the residence.
Just to orient us, maybe it's unnecessary, but just so we're clear, can you step down and just kind of trace for us the route that we're going to see?
Sure. So as you'll see down here, these are the dots for the GPS coordinates in the area near the residence. When we play the video, you'll see both red and purple dots because this does contain both the device location information and Life 360 information. You'll see them start going up Buckhalter Road until it gets to up here where the mobile home plaza is, and then coming back down back to the residence.
Okay, thank you. Now go ahead and play that slide. What's going on right here?
So right here in the video, I took the GPS coordinates. Do you mind if I kind of stand?
Sure. Yeah.
If you want to pause it there, that's fine too.
Okay.
So I took, you'll notice over here, I unchecked the GPS coordinates. These are the device GPS coordinates in order to show the Life 360 points because they were kind of hard to see in the video.
Okay.
And then I just clicked on a few to give you the lat long, the date, and time.
I'm going to hit play again. Let me have you pause it.
Okay. And then if you pause it there, same thing. So I took off the Life 360 data and showed just the phone device data during the time period, which is why you see all of these dots.
All red ones.
All the red. And then I click on.
Let me ask you this: have you been out to Azalea yourself?
I have.
All right. When we first watched the beginning of the video, are you able to get any sense for what kind of route the phone appears to have taken through Azalea?
Yes, it's kind of hard to see because it's so kind of blown or zoomed out. But yeah, you can kind of see what route.
Does it look like it kind of made a loop that goes by the dumpsters?
Yes, it loops in and kind of goes back around and then out. And this is just me ending the recording.
Now, slide 38, what is this?
So slide 38 is just a little more zoomed in picture of the GPS coordinates for both the Life 360 and the device itself from 1:17:22 a.m. to 1:20 a.m. So just that very small time window.
Now, from your review of this and plotting of this GPS data, was there a period of time where the phone appeared to be stationary at Azalea?
There was, yes.
Is that more or less what we're looking at here?
Yes.
All right, what was that time period again?
It was a few minute time period. I don't have the exact, but this time period that I'm showing here is 1:17 to 1:20. So it was like a 2 to 3 minute period.
Would the stationary period have been inside that window, 1:17 to 1:20?
Yes.
Okay. So maybe not stationary for that entire time, but the stationary period's in there.
Correct.
Okay. Slide 39, what is this?
Slide 39 reads 1:13 to 1:26 a.m. defendant's phone plugged into charger. So this is information from the phone showing the device being plugged in and the timestamps. The table is kind of upside down. The second line shows that the device was plugged in on October 5th, 2022 at 1:13:26 a.m. And then it was unplugged on same time frame, but at 1:26 a.m. So it's plugged in at 1:13 and unplugged at 1:26.
How does that time frame in which the device was plugged into a charger line up with the time frame of the trip that you just talked about?
It lines up with the device moving from the Buckhalter Road address up to Azalea Mobile Home Park and then back to the residence.
What do you make of that?
I mean, it appears the device was plugged in during that time.
Okay, so like a car charger or something like that?
I believe so, but again, I don't know.
Slide 40.
Slide 40 reads 1:47 a.m. to 2:01 a.m. Defendant's phone unlocked. Slide 40 shows a table showing when the device was unlocked at 1:47 a.m.
And does it show when the device locked again?
Yes. So the start time is 1:47 a.m. The end time is 2:01 a.m. So the phone was unlocked at 1:47. Sorry, from the time period of 1:47 to 2:01.
So 14 minutes or so?
Yes.
What does it mean for an iPhone to be unlocked?
That just means either Face ID or PIN code is entered so that you're seeing the phone.
Okay, so it's like looks like this and not like that.
Correct.
Okay. Were you able to look at data in the phone extraction in either one of them, Cellbrite or Breaky, and tell anything about what the user of this phone appeared likely to be doing with the phone at this period of time during this like 14, 15 minute period?
Yes, there was some activity. I can't 100% say it was attributed to a user or just the device itself doing things because these phones are on all the time and doing things, both unlocked and locked. But there was Facebook activity during this time frame. I don't have a slide to show that.
Does it appear at least likely to you that the user of this phone during the period of time in which it is unlocked was scrolling Facebook?
There was a lot of Facebook activity, which, based on my experience would be indicative of that. But I can't say for certain.
Okay. Slide 41.
Slide 41 reads 2:01 to 9:13 a.m. Defendant's phone locked. Again, a table showing the lock status of the device. This was obtained in the extraction from the device. It shows the device being locked on October 5th, 2022 at 2:01 a.m. And then it was locked until 9:13 a.m. that morning.
Slide 42.
Slide 42 are text messages from Daniel Youngkin to Michelle McCarta. The text message reads, "Hey, the kids are going to stay here with her today, Miss Michelle." And then he gets a response from Michelle that reads, "Okay." And that was at 5:20 a.m. and the response was at 5:29 a.m.
Now, per your review of the Life 360 data for him, can you tell us where his phone was during this period of time?
Yeah, during this period of time, his phone was at the residence.
And again, had his phone moved from the residence at any point during the night?
Not during the night of the 4th to the 5th.
Slide 43.
Slide 43 is a video of GPS data, Life 360 GPS data for Daniel Youngkin. The slide reads 5:51 a.m. to 6:06 a.m. Daniel Youngkin, Life 360 travel to NFI warehouse. When you play the video, it'll show the Life 360 GPS points initially at the residence or at the area near the residence, and then you'll see him travel up to his workplace, and then during this time period up to his workplace.
Does the route that his phone took on this trip to work, does it go by Azalea Mobile Home Plaza?
It does not. So as you'll see, the dots are moving. If you'll pause it here.
Is that good or do you?
Yeah, no, that's good. So what this is when Life 360, the data, when they send it back to you, it's basically got a start and end time. And so it shows you a window. And so what you'll see here is, this is the, sorry, can I stand up?
Sure, of course.
This is the end time of this. And you'll see in the video, I'm going to essentially expand this little time window all the way over here. And you'll see a second bullet that shows 141 session end, which basically means from this time period, so from 6:30 that morning until about 9:14, 17, the Life 360 data shows the phone at the same location during that time.
All right, I've hit play again. Somebody have you on this time.
And I just highlighted that to show that that GPS point stays there during that time period.
All right. So this is just this portion of this screen capture video is just to illustrate that the phone is stationary at work for like 3 hours.
Correct.
Do we need to watch the rest of this video?
You don't have to.
Okay. Slide 44.
Yes.
What is this here?
This is a Google Maps view of the routes from 535 Buckalter Road up to 101 Littlehurst Parkway, which is where Daniel Youngkin was working.
And what is the dark blue one there?
The dark blue on Google Maps is showing essentially the most expeditious route.
Does that appear to be the route that he took for that video?
Yes.
All right.
And by expedition, I mean suggested route by Google Maps is what I should say.
I understand. The next slide, is this just sort of a zoom in on the very beginning portion of that route?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, the dark blue is the route that he appears to have taken for the GPS data, right?
That's correct.
Can you show us where Azalea Mobile Home Plaza is on here relative to the route that he took?
Yes. Do you want me to stand up?
Please.
So Azalea Mobile Home Plaza is up here, and the route is down over here.
Okay. Thank you. Now, what is the next slide here, slide 46?
This is again a prior slide that we've seen showing that the defendant's phone was locked from 2:01 a.m. on the 5th to 9:13 a.m. on the 5th.
And then what is slide 47?
Slide 47 is, I'll read it first. It's 9:14 a.m. defendant's phone call to Daniel Youngkin. It's a call log, export of a call log that shows an outgoing call from the defendant's phone to Daniel Youngkin at 9:29 a.m. And where it shows 21 minutes and 37 seconds, that was the duration of the call. It says it was answered and just has some other information.
And that calls it 9:14, lasted for 21 minutes. What is slide 48?
Slide 48 is a video, again, of Daniel Youngkin's Life 360 GPS data that I mapped in the tool that I was using for the time period 9:22 to 9:34. In the video, you'll see the GPS points again up near his workplace, and then essentially travel the same route back down to the residence.
Let me know. I'm going to play this now. Let me know if you want to pause it at any point.
Okay.
Does he appear to have taken the same route home that he took to get to work?
Yes, he did. And if you'll pause it there.
Oh, sorry. Is that good, or you want me to advance a little bit?
Well, at the end of the video, I essentially expand that entire timeline to show all of the points. So it kind of shows you the route.
All right. I have just started again from the beginning.
Okay.
Not intentionally, really. It's just.
Sure.
Tell me if you want me to pause it at any point.
Okay. Yeah, so if you'll pause it there. As you can see, it shows, according to the Life 360 data, the GPS locations traveling back down.
What are you doing here in the video?
I was just trying to orient on the location of where the first point's showing.
Okay.
And then I kind of just followed the route down, clicking on the different points to get a time frame of reference where it shows what time those points were.
All right. The first one was at 9:22, right? That's when this, as far as the GPS is concerned, this trip is showing.
Correct.
Did I see that right? That the first point appears to be like some distance from his work?
Yes.
Okay. So if
Take care, James. Thank you for joining us tonight, my friend. Have a great night of sleep.
At 9:14 and left more or less immediately, would that be consistent with this first GPS point showing the movement hitting at 9:22, some distance away from his work down the road?
Yeah, it appears based on the Life 360 data at that point, he had already left his workplace.
All right, was in route home.
Correct.
Slide 49.
Okay, slide 49, the heading reads 9:39 a.m. defendant's phone 911 call. Again, this is an export from the call log showing an outgoing call to 911 at 9:39 a.m. on October 5th. The duration is 4 minutes and 1 second, and it shows his answer.
And what is slide 50?
So slide 50, it reads unknown time, defendant's phone, unsent text message. So on the defendant's phone, we found an unsent text message. The text message read, getting some Orajel. However, we couldn't conclusively determine when that text message was drafted.
You can see unsent text messages in these phone instructions?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. And this one is from the defendant's phone
To,
getting,
yeah,
not ever sent, but drafted.
that's correct.
And it says getting some Orajel.
That's correct.
Unfortunately, there are a couple of other areas that I need to cover with this witness, but I wonder if anybody wants a break at this point. I mean, I'm happy to press forward, but I figured we just finished a long thing. I get to ask. Say again?
Oh, yeah.
It's only 4:05. I hope I'm not out yet. But
Y'all need a short break? Okay, let's do that. The time is 4:05. 10 minutes doesn't quite give y'all enough time, does it? Okay, well, 4:05, let's recess before 10. I'll just remind you of the instructions. Thank you.
Jury's exiting.
We've heard some testimony from Special Agent Rajabi that she collected a DNA sample from Henry Bubba Jr. and submitted it to the Savannah FBI office for safekeeping. Were you involved in asking for any lab testing pertaining to this swab from the people at Quantico?
Yes, I was. I submitted the lab request for DNA comparison of that DNA sample.
And what was the first lab request that involved that DNA sample?
I have a copy of the lab reports that I would like to refer to if I could. Just...
Yeah, do you need to refresh your memory?
Yes, please.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay.
So was there one in late October?
Yes, October 28th.
Can you tell us what that particular lab request was for at that time and what was sent out there at that time?
Yes, it was a request for DNA comparison for the DNA sample taken from Henry Bubba Moss Jr. To a bone that was collected in the landfill that at the time was believed to be human.
Okay. And we've heard testimony from the forensic anthropologist, Dr. Christensen, that when she looked at that first bone that was sent up towards the end of October, she determined that it was in fact not human.
That's correct.
Is that the bone that she's talking about?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And is that what she told you at the time in reference to that bone?
Yes, it was.
And going forward from that, did you guys keep looking?
Yes, we did.
Okay. How did Henry Bubba Moss Jr.'s DNA sample go up to Quantico at that time?
So it was transported by one of our agents in our office, Special Agent Brian Giovannini. Originally, I was supposed to be the one to transport that. However, he was going up to Quantico for another matter, and it was transported by him instead.
How did he accomplish that?
So the item was collected from our evidence room, packaged in a box, and then transported physically by Special Agent Giovannini to the lab.
And was it taken along with the Henry Bubba Moss Jr.'s DNA sample?
Yes, the DNA sample was taken up there, as well as the bone that was determined not to be human.
Okay, so at that point, Henry Bubba Moss Jr.'s DNA sample is up there.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, later, did you guys find some actual human remains in the landfill?
We did.
All right. And what was the date of that?
November 18th, 2022.
Were you at the landfill search operation initially at the time that human remains first began to be discovered there?
The first, at first, no, but as soon as we had heard that possible human remains were found, we went over to the landfill, so I went over there.
And did you get eyes on what had been found at that point?
Yes, I did.
And were you involved in any way in the packaging and transport of those?
Yes, I was.
Remains? Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so the bones were packaged in 4 separate paper bags and then transported by myself from the landfill to our office in Savannah. The bones were then later transported to Quantico to the lab. All 4 bags were placed in a box, and then that was transported up to Quantico.
Okay. At some point before sending them, we've heard Dr. Christensen talk about first getting some pictures and then shortly thereafter getting the actual remains themselves. Do you know what she's referring to there?
Yes. So prior to us sending the remains up to the lab, we were asked to take photos and send those to the lab prior to the transport.
Is that pretty typical for them to ask for like a photographic review?
Yes.
And is that something that had happened with that first bone in October that turned out not to be human?
Yes, it did.
Okay. The actual bone itself was preceded by photographs being
That's correct.
available. Okay. Who specifically was involved in the transport of the remains discovered on the 18th from the FBI office in Savannah to the Quantico lab, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, it was Special Agent Solomon, so Savannah Solomon, another special agent who was a pilot with us. His name is escaping me. So.
That's fine. But just because your involvement was the transport from the landfill to the FBI office in Savannah prior to any of that.
That's correct.
I'd like to, do you have on the witness stand in front of you what's been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 78?
I do.
Can you look through that?
Sure. Okay.
Now, this has been identified by Dr. Christensen as 4 separate images of the contents of the bags that she received in
Trigger warning. Content may include sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers. Feel free to step out if needed.
Guess what time it is? Hold on. Let me pull it back up. Sorry. And I just threw up that trigger warning just in case they show any of these images again. So you guys know it could be coming.
Sure. Okay.
Now, this has been identified by Dr. Christensen as 4 separate images of the contents of the bags that she received in the box that was sent up from Savannah, Georgia. I mean, not Savannah.
Sure.
Sometime after the discovery of human remains on November 18th. Do you recognize what's depicted in these images?
I do.
Is that the contents of the 4 bags that you were involved in the initial transport and packaging of?
Yes.
One moment, please, Your Honor. During this investigation, were you in constant contact with Detective Lemons and the rest of the Chatham County Police Department side of the investigative team?
Yes, I was.
We've heard testimony from Detective Lemons and from Detective Cox that they obtained search warrant or phone records for a variety of phone numbers via search warrants, and, at least in one case, in exigent circumstances requested the carrier. Were all of those records made available to you?
Yes, they were.
And were they incorporated into your FBI case file?
Yes, they were.
And you've already testified, I think, about receiving the Life 360 records from Detective Cox.
Yes, that's correct.
For both the defendant's phone number and Daniel Youngkin's phone number.
That's correct.
Did you incorporate those records into your case file?
Yes, we did.
Now, did you forward the phone records that you had gotten, all of them, and the Life 360 records that you've talked about to any other FBI personnel for analysis?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us who it was that you gave them to?
Yes. When we received them, I also gave them to Special Agent Rob Corley. He is one of our CAS folks, which stands for Cellular Analysis Survey Team, who deal with cell phone data.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
I think I can narrow it down to a couple of hundred questions, Judge. Mr. Is it Taylor Burns, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I don't want to.
No worries.
I don't want to get it inverted. So, Mr. Burns, with regard to Daniel Youngkin's phone extraction, you're not saying that everything you've included in your presentation was everything you extracted, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so there was, and I'm just going to specifically mention some things. I mean, State's Exhibit 87 has a number of text messages and stuff that both the defense and the state have already introduced, but you didn't reference them. But were they part of your extraction as well?
They were.
Okay, so that's my first question. My next question is, and I don't, to be quite frank with you, I did not understand the bouncing blue dot. So
Sure.
I'm going to ask you, I understood the 204 and I understood the Azalea part, but the one for Danny Youngkin's route to work and from work, I really didn't. So if you could just in regular old English, tell me, what was the route he took from 535 Buckhalter to Port Wentworth in regular old plain English for me?
I don't know every road that he took without looking at a map.
That's fine. You have it in front of you.
Yeah,
for
do you
your
mind?
presentation. Yeah, I have
Okay.
no problem.
Sure.
I'm just saying I don't understand.
No, you're fine. Give me 1 second, please. Okay.
So I assume it starts at 535 Buckhalter.
It does.
All right, so that
and
goes down. What's the first road he goes down?
I believe it was Garrard Avenue. Obviously, I have a very zoomed out picture
That's fine.
of that.
That's fine.
So I think it was Garrard Avenue to Veterans, based on this, up. What's this? I think that's up 516 into 21, up 21 over to where the workplace is.
Okay, so just so I can get it straight in my head.
Sure.
Goes right down Garrard Avenue, over to Chatham Parkway, to Veterans Parkway, to 516, correct?
I believe that's correct, yes. Without seeing the dots themselves,
Well,
yes.
that's fine. And then to 21, and then up to, I guess, Port Wentworth.
Correct.
21. And I assume it's the same or similar route back.
Similar route back, yes.
And that's the only questions I have for you.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Dean, if you read your
No, Your Honor.
And Special Agent, thank you.
Thank
You may step down.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe that's going to be the last witness today. This is a good point to break. So, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, Monday morning, we're going to start at 10. Okay. And so I'm going to wish you a good afternoon and a great weekend. I'm going to remind you that you're not to talk to anyone about the case. Don't let anyone talk to you about the case. Don't do any research. Don't consume any media. All right? All right. Thank you very much. And may I just say, I appreciate your patience. This is not easy stuff. It's a lot of work. And, you know, you get called in and your whole life is interrupted. But please know that your service is truly appreciated. Thank you. Have a good weekend.
You're exiting.
All right. Thank you, Williams. All right. So is there anything that we need to attend to this afternoon?
I don't think so, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Dean.
I don't think so.
All right, Mr. Hilliard. I wasn't surprised to hear y'all say that. So I think this has been a long week, and we will resume on Monday morning, 10 o'clock. Have a great weekend. Thank you. We're in recess.
And that does it. Thank the Lord. A lot of that technical stuff I know drug on and it was boring, but I know you guys enjoyed the FBI agent. I'm sorry, you ladies enjoyed the FBI agent, I should say. And that's okay. Other than that, there it is. We got the babysitter's testimony and a few other people, but that other stuff, all of that driving, I really don't think that driving stuff has a lot of bearing on it. It doesn't seem to me at least. That's just my opinion. But hey, they think it does, so that's what matters. I'm sure, Cass. I'm sure. So it is what it is. Monday we'll be back to this again. Tomorrow I'll be here for. That'd be great, Cap. Tomorrow I'll be here for the morning show for sure. And either tomorrow night or Sunday we'll be doing the paranormal stuff to catch up for today. So thank you guys for your patience. I appreciate that. Thank you guys for being here for this with me tonight. I appreciate that even more. And for joining us for the morning show this morning. I had a blast with that one. And I hope you guys enjoyed it too. Very much. I really, really appreciate you guys for joining us and for supporting the channel the way you do. I really appreciate the Blue Crew being here and doing everything they do during these long, drawn-out periods of time. And thank you to everybody and anybody that does support the channel, whether it be through the cash links, Venmo, whatever it is. Thank you for that, guys. We don't ever expect it, as you hear me say every day, but we definitely do appreciate it. It does keep the bills paid so I can keep going. So thank you to anybody that chooses to do that. Other than that, guys, it's okay, Mata Hari. Other than that, thank you, Mikey, and thank you, Miss Barbara. God bless. Other than that, everyone, I hope you have a great rest of your night. Get some sleep. I will see you guys in the morning. And waking up with you guys is the best way to do it, to get our day started, in my opinion. So hopefully Doodle can join me again, and we will do our thing like we always do, guys. I hope you have a great, great rest of your night. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other, and don't change a thing about yourselves. As I always say, you guys are amazing. You are the reason why I do what I do. Much love to everyone. Good night. God bless, and I will see you very soon. Bye-bye, folks.
Typing at the speed of light, hunting down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Dago's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelations shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Streaming loud and clear, cracking cases open, hearts filled with fear. These channels are beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the lights, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Dago's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Dago's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows he rises, streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Dago's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim